what
here
they were
too, I
doing
forget that.
2 years ago.
Are we live yet?
We are now, so.
I have to be careful with what's on the Christmas list,
Yeah.
so that people don't hear it.
Glad you have a Christmas list, that's good.
You good, Mayor? What's new?
Everything's good.
Everybody, howdy, everybody? Good.
Air elbows, right?
Church keeping you busy?
No, I'm free of charge right now.
Really?
MTC's been closed since March, so
Well, there you go.
we did have our Christmas devotional, introduced the new executive director
Thanks for you.
this last week, but there's still no site when they're gonna open them up, so. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Happy are we? And Mike's online, so that's good.
I've got a full crew.
Well, we're good to go then, almost in about 5, 4, 3, 2, no. Couple more seconds. And everybody's here that's, we need as far as the pledge, but man, I tell you, this is tough. No scouts. Oh,
Changed a little,
5:15, we good to go? Okay, we'd like to welcome everyone out to our city council meeting this evening. I'm Mayor Acerson, will be conducting this evening. We'll have Councilmember Van Broderick offer an invocation, after which I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Van?
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the many blessings thou hast given us. Thankful for the opportunity that we have to meet tonight in this city council meeting for Lindon City. We are so grateful for the residents that live here, for their goodness and their kindness and service one to another. We are grateful for the items that are coming before us tonight. We'd invite thy spirit to be with us, that these items can be discussed and be able to get good input on public hearings and to be able to help us in making the best decisions for Lindon. We offer thanks for the employees of Lindon City and grateful for their work and service and for our first responders and pray for their safety and protection. We pray also for those that are working on the vaccines and cures and treatments for the COVID virus, that they can be led by thee to provide relief from this virus. Again, now we invite thy spirit to be with us. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Van. Will the audience please rise and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let's do a roll call, and Mike, you want to start us off online?
Mike Vancherry, here.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Jeff Acerson, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Van Broderick, present.
Well, is Carolyn, I assume she's coming,
As far
probably.
as I'm aware, yes.
Okay, well, when she comes, we'll note that. That's good. Just a note, tonight is the Christmas around the Lindon today, all right? Okay, that's good. What time's that start?
6:30.
We might make it. if we-
6:25.
Well, probably not, but we'll see.
There's a video at 6:25, on Facebook.
Yeah, the tree lighting.
And then at 6:30 is the Santa Parade.
Yeah, Lyle Lamoureux and I did a kind of a cool night videotaping, short and sweet, and haven't seen it, but I'm sure it'll be good, so. Let's go ahead and address the minutes of the November 16th, 2020 meeting, if there are any additions, corrections, or would be appropriate at this time.
I had one small one, and that was who seconded the adjournment after Van. I think you were remote. I know it's tradition, and I know it kind of, that I seconded it, but I was not the second. So I'm not quite sure who it was. I don't think it was Carolyn, so it was one of the other gentlemen. Well, I don't know.
I don't know, it wasn't me. I haven't been able to get that second in to adjourn for at least a year.
I left it hanging. I
I
actually,
would remember it, so
so
I
I
don't think
actually
it was
think
me.
it was Mike. That
I
would
do
have been my
too.
guess. But do you remember that, Mike?
If it was me, correct, yeah.
Okay.
Good catch, Randy.
I know it's just expected, but I
No,
let it
that's
hang
great.
out there to give other people a chance.
Great. Any other corrections or comments? Motion to be in order then to approve the minutes?
I make a motion to approve the city council minutes of November 16th, 2020.
I'll
Is there a second? A second by Randy. A call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Let's start with the council reports. And Mike, do you want to start us off, please?
Sure, thank you. Nothing really to report. I checked in with Mike this week, just to make sure there's anything I could be doing to help. And I know he's talking about getting serious about writing the ordinance for the overlay zone for 700 North. Plenty busy. Kind of an unrelated note, I had a citizen reach out to me, and they're in a little bit of a spitting match with the post office. They got a new postman, and he's trying to make an example. So he's giving citations to people who have their cars parked on the road within X number of feet of the mailboxes. Even though he has plenty of room to get in and out of there. They called me and asked me, what the city stance on it was. I did share with them that the ordinance says that you can have a car parked on the street for up to 48 hours, and then it has to be moved. But I did gather from my discussions with Mike that that's more of a soft rule than it is a hard one. If someone complains and it causes issues, that'd be the case. But as far as what we could do to call the Postal Service off, there's nothing apparently we can do. And so these citizens actually have moved or relocated their mailboxes to comply, I guess. So I don't know if anyone else has had these calls or concerns, but that was just something I thought I'd inform you guys about.
I missed the part. Is this in a specific area, or is this the postmaster in general across Lindon?
No, this is up in our area.
Okay, your neighborhood.
Up right where Sharon lives and
Okay.
the mayor lives. Yeah, so they're really just kind of in a he said, she said thing, but anyway, it's working out apparently, but thought you might be interested in knowing that.
Is it a citation or just a notice, hey, don't park here?
Well, they worded it as they told me that it was a citation, but I'm thinking what it really is just a note saying until further notice, I'm not delivering your mail. We're holding your mail until you comply. And this person that I talked to has kind of been bowing their neck, and they called the postmaster or this person's supervisor, and she called him off for a day, and then he came back and said, no, I'm going to straighten these people out. So
it's a
I
mail
don't think he's
carrier
going to be getting any
problem.
Christmas cookies this year.
Yeah, really?
But that's the extent of it. So
In my case, it'd be just as well not to deliver the mail because all the stuff I get is, I just,
Check it in.
anyway, sorry, I don't want to make light of the
if it
citizens'
weren't for
concern.
Medicare, I wouldn't get any mail either. So
Anything else, Mike?
no, thank you.
Okay, Van, you want to go?
You bet. And this is maybe something that Adam's going to talk about, but been participating in the police chief interviews with the mayor and Adam. Again, impressed with the number of qualified candidates that we have. We did the second round of interviews via Zoom, and tomorrow in-person interviews at socially distanced, of course. That's starting at 8, and I plan on being here a little bit early, but just great candidates there, so, and you may talk about that. The other thing is would maybe be a potential council discussion at some point, or something where we reach out to the county regarding mail-in voting. Obviously, there's a lot of things nationally, and not to comment on that, but there's some uncertainty as to how accurate the vote counting is and vote by mail, all the things that we're hearing. I would like the county, if we can reach out to them, to explain what they do in the vote count, in the vote by mail, how they make sure that people are legal to vote and that we're getting an accurate count on the voting. Because it seems like we opted in to do that with the county, or was that mandated? I'm trying to remember.
We opted in.
So we opted in a couple years ago, and then this year it was mandated statewide, so because of the pandemic.
So anyway, however that goes, or to what point, it would be good to be able to make sure that the elections are, there's a good word here for that.
We want to dispel any rumors and
make sure there's a high
how they
confidence.
verify things to be legitimate.
Yeah, we always think that it's happening right here, but somebody else may not be doing it right in another state or something. But I would just, it would be, if they're gonna mandate it, or if it's something that we opt in the future, I would like to see them respond to the types of concerns that we're hearing to make sure that they're good elections.
I would second, I mean, not that we're seconding, but I'd second Van on that one for sure, because I'd like, if possible, if we decide to have this discussion, I'd love to have Amelia Powers in, and to, if nothing else, to get some historical information of how we were doing some mail-in balloting under Brian Thompson. Is it Thompson?
Thompson.
Thompson, under Brian Thompson, where there were some kerfluffles on that. And then Amelia came in, she did a good job cleaning house, but I'd like to see what it is, her practice and protocols that she does. And I appreciate you bringing that up, Ann.
Yeah, part of the good job she's done is she's hired a tremendous number of people, which has helped facilitate the processing of what took place. And part of that was based upon the governor's comments a few years ago, where it was perceived that Utah County had just fallen on their face as far as getting things done right, and rightfully so. And so there was a lot of focus, and Amelia came in, and money was allocated, and they've done a great job. So it's good. You know, I welcome the opportunity to have them come and kind of step us through that process. I wasn't able to work the elections this year. I have all the previous years for quite some time, and as I had conversations with our children, I just didn't understand how there could be concern about elections, because having been involved with it, it's a very fine-tuned process. Verification, it all works beautifully here in Utah. It has. And yet you hear some of the allegations nationally, and you know, there's always has been a little skepticism or a little concern about how, you know, out of sight, out of mind, what's going on. So yeah, I'd welcome that, and if the rest of the council wants to invite them to come in, I'm not sure their timing, but you know,
And
maybe
whether they just explain it in a letter or a visit, but we know participation goes up dramatically with vote by mail here in the city and the state. And we love that. We just want to make sure that it's all legit.
Yeah, I think the main concern is the way they verify the mail-in is by signature, and if it doesn't match up, you know, your signature's on your driver's license, and so that's one form of verification. And then if there is question about the signature, then it goes to individuals that have to go through and verify, and if they can't verify it, then they'll directly call the person whose ballot it is to come in and verify that is who they are. So.
And then just the counting process.
Yeah.
Are we using software?
Yeah,
Or is it a
that's
straight up count to vote, which to me it seems like it ought to be.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
Yeah, some of the speculation about you can do the software in a way that it actually rejects that's kind of scary to think that, so, good. So, yeah, Adam, if you want to reach out to him and see what we can, I don't know if it's,
For Amelia versus somebody else underneath her, I think she'd be very
Oh, yeah, and she's
amenable to
been to
come.
our city
She's-
council before.
yeah, there are
She's
several,
fabulous.
there are several people that are kind of the on-the-ground kind of people that run the process, and I've got a number I can give to you. Adam, you can reach out to her and see the timing. The holidays may not be the right time to do it, but yeah, we can find a time,
Sometime in the next few meetings.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I suspect we're not gonna have an election for just a little while anyway, but,
unless you're Georgia.
and that's it.
Yeah, okay, Randy?
It's also been a quite couple weeks for me. I do, Mayor mentioned it, but we've got in an hour starts the tree lighting ceremony for the Historical Commission, which we'll be doing that virtually this year. And our mayor, along with Lyle Lamro, our Historical Commission Chair, and some others, put together a viral package that starts at 6:25 on Facebook, and that's a good thing.
Andy, could you pull your microphone a little closer, please?
Okay, I will
Thank you.
play rock star here or something, I guess. We start at 6:25, and at 6:30, I believe it starts at the community center, is the Santa Parade, which will make its way around town, and you can find the map there on the city Facebook page. I believe that's where you can find the Santa Parade and go out and get a treat from Santa as he comes around town. And that's all I
Kind of
have.
exciting, yeah. You know, it's typically, and you're aware of this, that we have little elementary school choirs that sing, and I always turn to them to find out whose birthday is closest to Christmas to pick someone to light the tree. And Lyle and I were the only two there, other than Alan, who was doing the videotaping, so I chose Lyle to light the tree, so, so you'll see Lyle lighting the tree, so. Okay, Jake?
I'll just add my thanks to the Parks and Rec Department for their help with the Santa Parade, the tree lighting ceremony as well. They do such a great job. In addition, in case you didn't know, they are also doing letters to Santa right here. There's a big mailbox. My kids did it, and it is really cool that they're taking the time to Santa will respond to each of those kids' letters if it's turned in by the 20th. So a fun thing
On a
for,
certain sheet,
it's got to be on their template, which is on their website or on their Facebook, lindonrecreation.org. So anyways, really cool. Sent out a picture to each of you on that. I had mentioned last time the bike path. How often do we review our bike master plan?
So the Parks and Trails master plan that we adopted incorporated the bike master plan into it, I believe,
Okay.
by reference. The bike master plan was done, boy, that's probably been 4 years ago,
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
I remember that was Hugh's baby, kind of.
Yeah. So, I asked our engineers about that, and by the time it got to the contractor, they had already striped several streets with that pattern. And that's what was shown on the specs. And so the contractor followed the requirements that were put before them, and we were too late to stop it from going in other spots. I asked a couple other residents, Phil and Kathy, that live close to that street, and then there's a few over on the east side. And Phil was just like, I didn't think anything of it. And
Yeah.
so I guess it depends on.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a big deal. I sent the picture to each of you guys. If you zoom in, you can see 20 in the, not more than 100-yard stretch. And
I don't think I saw that picture.
I just barely said it 15 minutes ago.
All right.
And maybe I need to resend that. But anyway, it's just something to think about. I know that we have a couple of special paths on some roads. On roads that don't have a special bike path, I think it's commonly understood that you can ride your bike on it. And so I don't know why we're stamping normal roads that don't have an additional path with a sign of a bicycle. I don't
Yeah, I
know
can
that.
follow up with that. I think the intent was that it's more of a designated road that bikes, if you're choosing to go east-west, this is one that's marked that you can be there. It's more common of that a bike may be there, something like that. But I'll follow up with our engineers and make sure we're not overkill.
Okay, perfect. That's all I had.
Okay, Carolyn?
Okay, last but hopefully not least, Holy Cow Boutique was a smashing success again, and she wanted to express thanks again to the city for hosting that. And also, just quickly, I watched the Research Landscapes symposium put on by USU, talking about planning and development and some of the upcoming projects and things that are going on in the state, and design elements and concepts. Bridalveil Falls, I don't know if you all noticed that in the news. I spoke with Adam about this, but a couple of our sister cities went ahead and did some resolutions in support of keeping Bridalveil more of a public amenity with some conservation, preservation, and the county commission is meeting tomorrow night to review that proposal by the developer. And so I had pitched Adam like, hey, does Lindon, would there be any value if we discuss this or potentially did some sort of a resolution? And I think the conclusion was that, they're meeting tomorrow. It's a little bit late in the game. And anyway, Adam can kind of speak a little more to that. Mayor nodded his head. I'm sure he's on top of it.
It's a 2-to-1 vote to
Yeah.
keep it, so I think we're okay.
Yes, okay, it looks like it's headed that direction. So I personally just felt strongly that Bridalveil is not just a county treasure, it's a state treasure. I mean, it's in travel logs and as a point of interest for the entire state of Utah. So hopefully they'll weigh everything that's being considered to preserve that, or maybe even invest in it, since it was destroyed in a couple avalanches over the past couple decades.
It's pretty interesting, the
Yeah.
conversation that took place on that. When the media broke the story, they had identified some things that for government is a little disconcerting, that backdoor conversations were going on about what could or could not happen, and donations to individuals' campaign and stuff like that. I'm not sure how valid that is, but I was reassured that there are 2 commissioners that feel strongly that needs to
Yeah.
stay open for public use. So I feel pretty confident that'll happen.
It had a public-private partnership in the past that seemed quite successful, so hopefully they'll weigh, if that's something that's a benefit to the public at large, who knows. But anyway, it was, there were a lot of groups that were keen on
Yeah, our
getting
own
involved in
Lindon, is it Alan, has that group that's preserve, is it David Allen? No, it's not David. Anyway, I'll think of the name.
Right.
He spoke out it.
My first job was at Bridalveil Falls in 77 and 78. I worked in the gift shop, I worked at the snack shop, I was able to even work the tram at the very top. I wasn't old enough to run at the bottom. I have lots of fun stories.
Yes.
I was so reckless at the time. We literally rode on the way down. We would ride on top of the tram.
On top of the tram?
On the way down, with the understanding in our little brains that the cable was attached to the rack, and the rack was attached to the car, and hence it was safer to stay on top in the rack, which is like this tall. So yeah, lots of fun memories up at Bridalveil Falls. I knew David Short. What's his name? David Grow. I know his name. He's just short. Sorry. He's a not tall in stature man, but a very kind man. And I knew him. He was my first boss. So
Stories. Okay, wonderful. And then just the last thing, a little bit of city business. Shelley Church here on staff each year, she sends out, this has been a long-standing tradition we have a $1,000 grant for school teachers And we reviewed recently, and anyone is welcome to review these grants with me. But we had a total of 18 applications representing, quite a few more teachers. Some of the teachers partner up, and 6 schools applied. So pretty much every school you can imagine that has Lindon City resident kids attending, between the high schools, middle schools, and elementary. And the one thing that Shelley and I were commenting on was the grant. We were able to award anywhere from $50 to $75 per application. We weren't quite able to spread the money to every applicant. And these are for things that the teachers try to do as special projects in their classroom for additional educational enrichment for students. And many worthy sounding projects were submitted. So as we go into budget year next year, I told Shelley I would potentially present a discussion item that it hasn't been raised now for many, many years, and the grant is more well-known between the schools. Perhaps we might consider bumping it, increasing that a little bit, or just discuss it.
Sure.
So they'll be cutting those checks this month.
That's wonderful.
And you've probably seen when the teachers come in sometimes and with their report.
It's been
Yeah.
around before.
Well, thank you for your work on that. Anything else, Carolyn?
That was it for me, thank you.
Okay. Adam?
Only $1,000.
So Van mentioned the police chief process, so we have second interviews tomorrow, and then hopefully we'll be able to get to a decision with our hiring committee. And then also we have Kathy Bird, our accounts payable clerk, who's retiring December 15th. We have hired for her position. That individual is Rebecca, and I'm gonna forget her last name. Gibbons? Gibbons. She is a Lindon resident, lives out in the Fieldstone development, and comes to us with about 15 years as an accountant, so that's awesome. For Wasatch Mental Health is where she was at previously. And then we have an opening downstairs in our community development for a full-time position. Carolyn Shepard, one of our clerks down there, is retiring also on the 15th. And then Josh Edwards, our lieutenant at the police department, has announced his retirement. He's done at the end of December. And so our new chief has a couple vacancies there. We also had an officer, Tony Weinmuller, who retired here a couple weeks ago. And so some changes, but all good because these people have put in a lot of years. So just an FYI on those positions. And then I know over at the community center, they hired a part-time program coordinator. We've had a vacancy there for a few months. It's a position that helps with a lot of their sports programming and some of their summer programs. That's been part-time there for years. It's about every 2 years we turn that over. So for a while it was Jake, I can't remember his last name. You know who I'm talking about, right? Boone, that's right, thank you. And then we had another gal that was in there, and it's hard to keep track. So I think we're on our 4th or 5th employee in that position. But that's the nature of that part-time job. It's a fair amount
Do
of
we
turnover.
reach out to like UVUs, recreational management, some of those programs?
Yes.
Because those guys they need that for their next step.
Yeah, that is where we've hired most of our employees from, is from UVU or BYU rec programs, so. Just an FYI, Jake, with our new assignments list, if that gets approved here in a few minutes, we've got you down for the January newsletter.
You'll vote no for
So-
sure.
No,
Yeah.
I thought so. No, that sounds good. I'm planning on that. I saw
Okay.
that, so.
And that is all I have for right now, so.
All right. And I have reached out, the text that you sent me earlier today, I've reached out and haven't heard back. I'm not sure what the deal is. The voicemail would not allow me to leave a voicemail.
Okay.
So I texted through, anyway, I've done multiple ways of trying to connect, and I just sent a text again, so hopefully we'll hear some kind of response, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go on to open session for public comment. Is anyone here to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda? And must be a nervous twitch. You must have something. No. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward then on the consent agenda items. There are a few there. I think we're all familiar with those. One's the meeting schedule, and then the other council assignments, mayor pro tem assignment, and then the employee merit increase mid-year evaluation. I think those are all things that we're aware of, and I don't know that we need any discussion on those. They're on the consent agenda items, so if there isn't any question, then we can have a motion to approve those.
I'll make a motion unless we can discuss.
I just had one quick question.
Okay.
On February 18th, there was a red star denoting it could change or be canceled. What was
Yes, so on, let me get to that here. So on February 18th, the reason that's got a star on it, that is not a Monday, that is a Thursday that we are looking to do our budget
Retreat.
kickoff meeting. So that's just kind of a special meeting, that's the reason that is starred. And then the April 5th is spring break, and so that's always one, it seems like there's usually one or two people that are gone, but we've been able to pull that off, and so, does that
Heads
answer
up
your
on those.
question?
I am scheduled to be out of town February 18th this year, so.
Okay. We can look at another night that week if everybody wants to look at
Is
a,
that the president's
that-
timeframe, isn't it, president
I
holiday? or
believe President's Holiday is the weekend prior.
Prior to that,
this
yeah,
year.
okay.
do you want to change that meeting date?
While we're here.
Some options there, because it would be nice to have everyone there. It always is, so.
So the council meeting that would have been on the 15th of that week was canceled because that's the holiday. And so we wouldn't have a council meeting that week, and that's why I threw that in there. What are you, how about the 17th, or are you gone multiple days?
7th, I depart on the 18th, so I could make the 17th work.
17th is a Wednesday, February 17th.
Little St. Patrick's Day
Or
action.
the 16th.
Is that March?
February.
It was February, sorry, I was off
February.
one.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, we
My bad.
skipped a month there.
Yeah, I
I don't
did.
wanna move
My
that
bad.
quickly.
So February 17th, it's a Wednesday. That sounds like that's good for everybody.
I think so. I may have a conflict, but it's
What
kind of an
time-
all-month.
What
Whatever
time do you
dates they
anticipate it
choose.
needs to start?
We would do this pretty early, like a 5:30 working dinner.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
Any of those times?
Okay, let's plan on the 17th. We'll update that then, Kathy. Okay. And then, just really quick, before you make a motion on this, I do want to show you our sales tax numbers, just in reference to the merit increase and how we're doing right now. This black line is since July in sales tax. So this last month that we received, so we received it in November. It's 2 months behind, so that was September sales. And the biggest thing I can peg as the difference that's being made is the state requires online businesses now to pay sales tax. And so since that's taken effect here this last year, that is significantly helping Lindon. And so that is any purchases made here that we can tell within our zip code, basically.
Anything that's
And-
delivered to your porch,
Yeah,
whether it's an office
personal
or
purchases,
commercial.
but it's businesses as well if they order things. And so, yeah, we've seen a significant uptick there. But then other businesses are doing really well. Some of our construction-related and retail businesses have done fantastic. So just an FYI, sales tax looks better than it ever has. So,
Great.
Well, I don't think we'll complain, so it's good. All right, so.
And I don't know if come December 6th, that would be a tree lighting, possible conflict.
That-
Oh,
If we're
next
back to
year,
real tree lighting. I mean, we can address that going forward, but
do you want to look on,
yeah, let's look, see.
we can change that now, it's up to you guys.
no, just we have a short city council meeting.
Yeah, just make sure the
Maybe we start a
agenda's,
little early or something that night
yeah,
or
we
something?
can do that,
Whatever. So I think it'd be okay to keep.
yeah.
Okay,
But it's, I guess, is it still necessity that we stay on Monday then, to keep with others' schedules?
MTC's closed, so I don't know.
We'll see how it goes. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, and-
I've heard from a few people that Monday is a great meeting night because there's no other events typically scheduled. And so for church or sports or things in our Utah communities, it's rare that anybody schedules anything. And so I've heard from a couple people saying how nice it was that they didn't have conflicts, but
Okay.
just an FYI.
well, let's keep our eye on that, because I think we need to support the tree lighting if we can,
Oh,
so
yes.
we'll just maybe adjust the timing on that if we need to.
Maybe we could
Okay.
hold our city council in the, what did they used to call it, the CAW, the communities, I can't remember.
Cab?
No, CAB was the committee, it was the CAW, something auditorium, Cultural Arts Auditorium. I think Ott came up with that.
Yeah.
But maybe we could hold it there and invite more people in.
Yeah.
Come see how your government works, and then
There
we'll
you
light a
go.
tree, yeah.
We'll give you a candy cane.
Okay, a motion be in order, let's move it.
I'll make that motion. I move to approve the consent agenda as with the changes to our calendar. I think that was the only changes that we had. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'll second it, Randy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy and Carolyn. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Number 8's a public hearing. So we need to open a public hearing. Someone,
I make a motion to open a public hearing.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second on Jake. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing. Thank you.
Is Mike still on?
I think so.
Yeah, I said aye.
Yeah. We just grounded you on that, on our vivacious opening. Yay. Okay. Mike, you
Thank
ready
you.
to go? All right. Mr. Lindon there. I love it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your time and chance to review this master plan with you this evening. I wanted to start real quick on this plan that I know you're all familiar with. This was the 2016 resident plan, and council members and planning commissioners and city staff and all worked on this plan together. And the purpose of this master plan that we have before you tonight was to build upon this, to drill down a little bit closer on a parcel and block area, and get a little more specific on this vision and how the area could be developed. This plan was a great plan. It talked about inspiring places for 700 North. Mixed use, having a lot of synergy there in the area. This is a list of residents and property owners that all sat on the committee. They talked about the need for a specific area plan. So that's really what we did with this new 700 North master plan. They identified that there needed to be a vision, a name, boundaries, create an attractive gateway, identify goals for unique economic development district, establish development strategies. The area was identified, that should be developed, or that the plan should the boundaries for the plan. This in the current plan before you, it's modified a little bit because some of these properties have been developed. It also looked at a wish list, if you would, restaurants, retail, entertainment, what we would like to, the residents at that time would like to see. I think most of these would be definitely acceptable today as well. There was a need for some zoning amendments, so you created the Lindon Village Zone, modified some of your uses that are allowed in that commercial zone at that time. The importance of creating a vibrant community and creating a sense of place. And I hope this master plan has helped do that as we go through it tonight. Just a couple other slides. The importance of transportation in transportation and parks and retail and residential uses. Let's see, I think that was a pretty good summary. It helped me a lot and it helped the consultant a lot as we went through that plan again and kicked off this 700 North plan. So, so the plan is broken down into a number of sections. We've got our vision and project goals, market study. Zions Bank completed a market study as part of the 700 North plan. They gave some precedent images under the urban scale. They gave some concept plans, street types, where open space is recommended if uses come in where they're shown under the concept plan, and then recommendations as well. So many of those are zoning recommendations. So if you go through the plan, it identifies the project area, the zoning, and the surrounding areas in both Pleasant Grove and American Fork and Lindon. It refers back to this original visioning document created in 2016. This is the vision that we've worked on before you. It says the 700 North site is envisioned as a gateway to Lindon City and fosters unique experiences for the community together. High design standards will preserve and enhance the quality of the city. That was something, again, from that 2016 plan that was important. The site will be developed with community spaces, retail, restaurants, employment centers, services, and other experiential attractions to create an environment for a live-work community. Through the support of BRT and future mobility options, the site will be a destination center and a center for the city to grow and develop by creating a thriving, walkable community that enhances the lifestyle of all residents in the present and future. And please, as you're going through it as well on your own computers, let me know if I'm going too fast, and I'm just kind of going through some of the main slides in this presentation. One of the things with the Zions Bank market study was that, and you're already aware of this, Adam just gave a great summary as well. We're doing well with motor vehicles, building materials, general merchandise, some of the things. Everything above this red line here shows our capture rate. For example, building materials, we're above 1,000% on our capture rate. Things where we can work on to help capture, sporting goods, miscellaneous store retailers. Let's see, accommodation is really low. Food and beverage stores, restaurants, those things are really low on that list. So that's kind of goes back again to that original plan from the residents on what we can do better, or the restaurants we want to attract. Sorry. Zions Bank, again, this project, or this 10-year absorption rate, this was being put together in April, right after we were shutting things down with COVID. But basically, Zions Bank came back and said, within the next 10 years, this is what we think you could absorb in that area. 250,000 square feet of Class A office, 200,000 square feet of Class B office, and then different flex uses there. So they actually called out that there could be flex office warehouse there. Our zoning wouldn't allow that, and I'm not sure we want much more of that in that corridor. But they are saying you could put some of that down there as well. The total project site area is 128 acres. When looking at this 10-year absorption rate, that equaled about 47 acres of that area. Yeah, it did. They did show 45,000 square feet of retail over that 10 years. As we're all aware, retail has changed, and with online shopping, it's really made a big difference as well. So that's something to keep in mind. Is what Zions Bank was projecting. Any questions on that before I move on?
Mike, we talked at length about when we were kind of going over this with a fine-tooth comb a couple weeks back. Here, I don't want us to feel like we're married to this one outlook from Zions Bank. I feel like there could be a lot of other things at play. And one of the things we talked about is I'd like to have something called out for entertainment space. Where can we address that or have some sort of a data point on that?
Yeah, and I went back to IBI and had them ask that same question to Zions Bank. Zions Bank did not consider an entertainment use with this.
With their data that they were
with the
yeah.
data they collected. So that's why we didn't, it's not included on here.
Okay, what would you suggest? Because the one thing is I don't want potential developers to come in here and look at this and just think that those are what we're calling out for, and and I want it to feel a little more open. Like if we got an entertainment use, a movie theater or Top Golf, or some of these other things that have come and talked to the city about the corridor, that is a use that we would welcome, as well as there's definitely some absorption potential there.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest we do?
I think it kind of goes back to that original vision, this vision statement on page 45. We want this to be an experiential location where it attracts people, it attracts entertainment type businesses. So if a developer comes in and talks to me, this is also what I'm going to be showing them, is that that this would be where we want entertainment as well in this area.
Okay. The other one that we had talked about was the 45,000 square feet of retail that I'm a little fuzzy on and I'm not seeing designated is grocer, foods, those types of things, because certainly it's just such a low number to be displaying. I don't agree with it, I guess, if in all honesty, in looking at the acreage here, if we brought in a large grocer as a magnet in there, we're beyond that 45,000 square feet pretty quickly.
Yep.
Potentially, including, entertainment venues and whatnot.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think they were just trying to look at a crystal ball and look at the surrounding area and things, and our capture rates already with a Walmart just up the street. Definitely we could blow that out of the water with one use.
I saw Adam raise his hand there.
I think, so Zions Bank, they were kind of given the charge of, tell us what, given all of the zoning around us and the industries and our market, and we want a market analysis to say, based on their experience and their view with us in this location, what could this corridor support in a reasonable fashion? And so if some retailer came in, we would certainly say yes to that as my expectation. But from their analysis, they're saying, you know what, on this outlook, given everything else around this area and this region, you're probably looking at about these square footages for something that's feasible. And so for us to be then approaching, if we were coming to you and saying, we think based on Zions Bank analysis that the best approach is to plan for 7 big box stores, that's contrary to what they've presented. And so what we're trying to do is say, okay, we have a professional organization that gave us a market analysis and said, here's the types of uses and things that we think are legitimate and could reasonably be proposed.
It's just one opinion, and I've seen another one. So another developer that we worked with, over the years that did their own analysis, market analysis, you know, that just on, you know, 30 acres on the south side, not including all the rest of the corridor, they felt like there was absorption potential larger than that. So,
And there
yeah.
could be, and so I don't think by adopting this, we're saying this is the only thing we would accept. I don't believe that's
Right,
the
I just
case.
feel like, you know, what's gonna happen is someone's gonna say, oh, okay, you have a little bit more office, you have a little bit more retail, okay, let's fill it up with housing. So,
And I don't think, sorry. You know, I think a feasibility study tells you what you can do feasibly, and what you can do quickly. I think that if we want to fill that corridor quickly with these types of uses, I think we would. I think if we want to be more selective and have it go slower like it has, then we have that option as well. You know, I think there's a pretty big, stark difference between this study and what was done by Lindon residents, Lindon council members, Lindon, those with vested interest in Lindon. The two plans are quite different. And so we want to be based in reality, because
What is the other plan?
the 2016 plan that we reviewed.
And I guess when I
Vision
look
study.
at this a little bit,
Vision statement.
you know, I'm trying, you know, if I look at this picture, you know, this is a mixed-use development. You know, that's exactly what this plan calls out for. I mean, you specifically call out mixed use. You call out residential a couple different times in here in that 2016 plan. So I didn't find a huge difference between the two plans. You know, this building or this, you know, I look at these, you know, this is very urban, these pictures in here. They're buildings right up to the street. That's what your commercial design standards currently require, is setbacks between 20 and 50 feet. You've already, through some of your zoning, created your zoning currently in place. You've already kind of got this urban feel a little bit for State Street and 700 North.
Where are you seeing residential in that 2016 plan, Mike?
Let's see, there's a couple places it calls it out.
well, I think mixed use has always been on the table, certainly, and I'm not saying that it's not. So that was just a concern I have with this is, you know, I feel like part of what we're doing is we're setting, you're gonna get what you prophesy. I mean, yes, you somewhat want to be based in reality, but I feel like the Zions is not taking into account, like I said, some of those other potential quasi-retail uses of entertainment in that outlook, as well as calling an extremely conservative number on retail square footage. So that's just my only point. I'm not saying I don't, you know, obviously we can't have this whole thing be retail. That's why we're going down the road we are, so.
Yeah.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Karen, and I think I am, this may be on target, it may be conservative, which it is, but maybe as a council, we need to set the expectation at a higher level, not knowing if we're gonna get it, but at least the vision of what we want is much more retail, less mixed, you know, I don't know, is that kind of where we're thinking? Because if a developer comes in and this is the standard, or at least what they see, then they may think, well, all we have to do is meet this and we'll be fine.
45,000 square feet is so small.
not much, yeah.
It's tiny.
Yeah,
I see that.
But again, we're not saying that's the only thing we would accept. They're just saying, based on their analysis, this is what they think is feasible.
Well,
they're saying-
feasible for 100 acres, it's
But-
just,
Well, keep
yeah.
in mind, this corridor's been built for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's nothing there.
But we're at
It's
that,
been zoned retail and office.
we're at that tipping point
Or
that
the-
we have
yeah.
to establish what it is that we want to invite. I look at this feasibility study, as lovely as it is one side of a coin. The other side I see is maybe all the pie in the sky list that we want to make, and it's how we flip it, make sure that we get the right level. But I want to be able, like Carolyn and like others have expressed, that we leave the opportunity for others to come in and have a bigger footprint in our area. I see that 45,000 square feet as being something that would just be serviceable for those other amenities, those Class A and Class B, that they would just be servicing those for lunch and maybe some of their tertiary needs there on site, and not as many Lindon residents and neighboring residents using that 45,000 square feet. And again, I see that it is that's what Zion says.
The idea is we want to have not just a Lindon draw, a potential regional draw is our vision that we're trying to accomplish here. So if we have certain anchors and whatnot that we're hoping to attract, 45,000 square feet is one.
And that's
One
saying over a
building.
10-year period.
Yeah.
They're not, we may not see anything coming in new for a while. I mean, there could be this pent-up demand here in the next 5 to 10 years as well. So, yeah, I think you have to take these with yes, they're a good reference. That's what that's one approach.
It's one snapshot from one.
When I was with South Salt Lake, we had Zions Bank come in and do a housing study for us to say, okay, how many residential uses can we expect along this new streetcar line? They came in and said, we expect you to have 100 units per year could be built. Within 3 months of adopting new zoning ordinance, I had 2 applications on my desk for 400 units. And so, these are just, if, a professional trying to look at a crystal ball.
Yeah.
So the real work is going to come when we start trying to draft some zoning, and I'll get into that in just a couple minutes. A couple places it talks about residential, live work spaces, creating a vibrant sense of community. This page here talks about a Lindon City Center with transportation, residential, retail, and a business seamlessly connecting in a park-like atmosphere.
In our commercial design guidelines that were adopted in, I think, 2006, there's a section that talks about 700 North and has photos of riverwoods indicating that we would love something like riverwoods. And so, again, a mixed-use type of development.
Something that doesn't struggle so much.
Yeah.
Well, I think the plan's got plenty of flexibility. The takeaway that I got from it is just that there were some inconsistencies between our current design standards, our current ordinance, and what we need to mesh or sync with what we're trying to accomplish there. I think, the mix of who comes in, and we can control that, certainly. I just think the messages I've gotten from talking to the developers is, don't make us guess what you want. Have something in place so when we come in, we know what we're looking at. I think that's going to be our challenge as a council, is to, come to a meeting of the minds on what we're going to allow potential developers to do. But I think it's I think the principles of the plan are good. The details we could quibble over, but I'm with Carolyn. I think we can get more than 45,000 square feet of retail. It just depends on who we get, but it's a chicken and an egg. I mean, all the developers are saying you got to have more rooftops before you get the retail, and I think we're thinking we got to have more retail before we get more rooftops, or vice versa. But anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Maybe we could just put a facade up of rooftops, and then once we just kind of have them vanish,
Cardboard.
Joe.
Timken Village, right?
Hollywood.
Mike, I just have one quick comment on page 16.
Okay.
One of the things that we called out for in the 2016 document was a live, work, play. Again, inviting those that might bring a experiential opportunity to the corridor. And on page 16, it says right now to create an environment for a live, work community. Would it-
page is that on the
page
packet?
16.
In the packet?
The vision statement.
This is
I think it's page 45. in the-
40,
Yeah.
yeah, let me look here, 45. So just, if we could just add that word, if the rest of the council's okay with that, just to
I
carry
apologize,
through
I
that
missed, I
consistency.
missed the word that you wanted to add. I was flipping through the slides.
Live
Live, work,
hyphen
play.
work hyphen play. So we have the entertainment, experiential
Okay.
uses called out as well.
Yes. One of the things I skipped over, you know, they looked at 4 project goals with this plan. Enhance 700 North Corridor to create a gateway into Lindon City, create a walkable town center, support economic development. You've got here increasing the tax base, creating opportunities for destination experiences, establish a core for retail and then employment centers and restaurants, and then support a plan for future transit as well. We had some property owner and private sector meetings. We had a number of meetings with the development community, both at large on Zoom meetings and then individually with specific developers. A couple weeks ago, myself and council members Vanchery and Lundberg, we met with the Boyer Company, we met with we met with the Woodbury Corporation. We met with, what was the other one? Dakota Pacific. I met last week with DB Urban. So, you know, this kind of gives a summary of some of their comments as well. And then we also tried to reach out the best we could to the community during COVID. We announced a community meeting on Facebook. We held a Zoom community meeting. We tried to get email feedback and then Facebook feedback, and so we've tried our best during this time to reach out to the community.
Was there much response there?
I did not get a ton of response. I had
10, 20, 30?
probably had 6, maybe 8 responses.
Started way too high, Van.
Those responses ranged from don't do anything to build it all as purchase it all for open space to we really like this direction to we're really worried about traffic. And that was someone that lived at the Anderson Farm development that is concerned already with traffic at Pleasant Grove Boulevard and I-15. Was worried this would, any new development would impact the traffic even worse. So. Real quick, this is the next couple slides are the ones I really like. This is the framework plan. This isn't much different from what's in our current zoning. It breaks it up into blocks and streets. You know, the current zoning requires 5-acre parcels. This one shows, I think, a little less than 5 acres, or, you know, but this is flexible. These streets can move on the north and south sides. The north-south streets, they're proposing a main street that would be down the center of the south side of 700 North. It's called a Main Street Promenade with retail. This is the slide I like, and I think, you know, depending on your direction and things, I'd like to go with updating our zoning is that we break it down into districts. You've got a town center district, a TOD district, which is transit-oriented development that could be a number of different uses focused on transit, and then these flexible districts that any type of number of uses could go in those, and we'll have to describe what those are and how much and things as we work on future zoning. So, any questions on maybe this district plan?
So, I have a question, Mayor, is that okay?
Oh, yeah,
So
please,
Mike-
it's public
Mike,
hearing, let's do
For
it.
clarification for the council, so in those flexible district areas, the pink or red, is that all residential? Is that office? What could go in those spaces?
Yeah, so they've described this up here. It says this flexible development zone allows for development to respond to future market conditions. This zone may accommodate housing, office, or other commercial uses consistent with the vision established in this document. So that's why I'm saying when we update the zoning, so we don't get it all as housing, we need to, drill down that a little bit more. What would we allow so that we get a good balance in those zones? So, and I think that's gonna be a lot of research and a lot of work on any new zoning, so.
In the town center area, when you say mixed use, what should I think of? Does that involve residential?
Doesn't have pickleball.
Let me go,
I mean, because in the three areas that we're talking about, the flexible development areas calling for residential, the TOD core areas calling for residential. And now curious what you mean by
so,
or what could somebody conceive that to mean when it says mixed use?
yeah, so these renderings here, I think, give a good example. That what they're proposing is a 2-acre plaza area, with single-story, commercial along 700 North. And then to the back of that, it could be more commercial, could be commercial with residential on top. It could be commercial with residential next to it, or it could just be all commercial. We are not saying how many numbers should go in there. We're not saying exactly where residential should go. Now, IBI did include a concept plan that has my areas where, they're saying that residential should go, and I'll get to that in a few minutes. But the language they put in there is very general about residential.
But right now, this plan would say residential can happen in every one of these.
If you,
That,
now again, this isn't a zoning document. This isn't your zoning documents, or zoning ordinances, I mean. This is a zoning land use plan.
So Van, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, I think the answer is yes, but with your approval.
Yeah, it's up to us
So it's not allowed
to,
outright.
Yeah.
It's if you see a plan that you're like, this is awesome, we love it, you can approve it. If you see a plan and it doesn't feel like it meets the intent of this, then you could say no. Is that correct,
and
Mike?
you would be in your right to say no. In other
Yeah,
words,
we're gonna have to figure that out. That's gonna be an interesting balance. Like, a lot of the developers we heard from, they were like, don't make us go through a 2-year process,
we won't, if they come with the right program, it won't be a 2-year process, right?
Make it
Right.
right out the gate.
Knock it out of the park.
Yeah, and so that,
so anyway, my point would be, right now, I'm uncomfortable with the amount of possible residential. Now, so I could say no, but they said, don't make us go through a 2-year process or whatever. And so part of me says, hey, we're saying you can do you possibly could do residential everywhere. But I'm not sure I like that.
so, well, and then, that's what I'm looking for, some feedback. In that market analysis from IBI, we took out the residential numbers. If you remember, they put 400,000 square feet of residential for a recommendation. We took that out. These are all saying, you could do that in these zones. You could do residential, or in these districts.
Yeah, and
that's-
speaking to what Adam's mentioning, I think, the meetings that Mike and I have sat on with current developers is we're trying to leave something that's somewhat flexible, and housing can be part of the partnership give and take of what amenities they may bring or what the project may bring that has a public good to it. And so it just allows housing to be part of the conversation, but certainly we're hoping to keep that something that's up for discussion, I guess, is what,
Exactly.
Mike
Like
is saying.
I've had at least 2 developers call me in the last 2 weeks saying, hey, we really like this area. We want to put it under contract. And I said, I know you're a residential builder. don't come talk to us unless you're able to partner with a commercial developer.
piece, yeah.
And so,
So go to the next map, next page 40. How did those two, what's the difference between that first map and this second map? Because while I'm uncomfortable with van on the first one, this one makes me much more uncomfortable with the amount of residential, the message we're portraying with this map.
so we tried to be very general in this, with this one. Under the language, it said, this map shows a conceptual layout of how the variety of land uses could be laid out within the overall site. The conceptual land use plan shows the utilization of horizontal mixed use, while vertical mixed use is also highly encouraged, especially in the town center. Let's see it. While conceptual, these designations help arrange specific uses in conjunction with the transportation and open space elements to create a cohesive and optimized neighborhood. The land uses shown are arranged to have the highest intensity near the center of the site adjacent to the platform. These uses are also assumed to generate high transit ridership. So, so really, this is a general conceptual plan is all. That's why I'm saying, they're saying, look, if you've got a BRT stop here, it makes sense to have your residential close to the public transportation. You know, the same, if you've got a north-south tracks line going down the tracks right here, that makes sense where you put your residential next to the public transportation.
So let me just ask you a question on that. So the amount of high density approved in the Anderson Farms, is that too far away from that proposed station to get the momentum that they want, meaning that they need more residential closer to it?
So you have got this multifamily. Usually you're typically within a quarter mile to half mile walking distance from a tracks platform, or mass transit platform. I think it's usually a quarter mile, but so some of this housing would take advantage of a track station for Ivory, but some of this down here, some people may walk to it, but I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Did we have multifamily down here? I thought it was just in that section.
Townhomes.
Yeah.
So anyway, that way pushed me on our multifamily high density area. So I'm just throwing out, if we start throwing in conceptual and we could say no, but yet we're saying we're okay. And then they're frustrated when at some point along the process, they start getting some pushback. Are we sending the message that I think I'm sending in that regard? Because like I said, I'm just uncomfortable with the amount of possible proposals for residential.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. One of the developers I met with last week said, look, I'm doing a project up in Sugar House, and he's like, I'm doing 100 units to the acre. And he's like, he goes, but you can't even tell because the way I have the building framed on the street. He goes, these garden apartments walk up 4-story next to me. They look way more dense than what I'm doing. And I think a lot of that's about design too, is the way the area is developed that, can help mitigate some of those circumstances as well. We're in all of these. Yeah, we're not saying residential is okay. We're saying that this is a conceptual plan. This is a land use plan that we're going to compare to future development.
So what would happen if we took the approach that we're really, I don't want to say against residential, but what if we took a more progressive approach and really tilted it more to some of the concepts that we've been saying, and just take that position, giving that firm direction rather than kind of leaving it so flexible that they come in and think, well, we'll work with the council and we'll give and take and we'll get where we want to be development-wise, when in reality, we're just gonna say, when they try to do that, we're gonna say,
Not acceptable.
hold on, we're not going down that path. I mean, is that kind of,
Yes, that's kind of.
and so maybe we take a more, I guess, focused approach in saying, this is really what we wanna see happen. And unless you know, there is some give and take, but you need to understand, this is kind of where we feel comfortable. And until you can come and have that conversation, that flexible part isn't really an option, or it isn't really that negotiable. I don't know, I'm just speaking out loud here, and I don't know
Yeah,
if
Mike,
that's how
one thing that
everybody
I would love to suggest, because we looked at this map prior, and that town center quadrant right now still has that yellow residential. And we had adjusted that on the screen above, the page before, to call out that entire quadrant as town center. What if we just eliminate that yellow there and just make it all red, retail, mixed-use, entertainment for the whole town center quadrant? Would that be something council?
Keep in mind that the entire south half of that blue quadrant in 6 months is going residential anyway. I mean, that's the reality of it. Ivory Homes has an option on it. Every indication they've given us is that they're building houses there. So unless we get a developer in the next 6 or 7 months that comes in and gets an approved plan, I'm just throwing reality.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm throwing
Well,
reality
No, it's a
out
great
It's,
there.
there's the possibility we could also negotiate to acquire it as well. And that's one thing that, quite a few of the developers on the call said, you know, if Lindon City, you know, some cities lead out and build their town center or their plaza first, and then that really, you know, sets the chain of events to get the retail and the things that a city wants. That's, in my mind, something up for discussion as well.
So
It's
to
not-
Adam's point, which I think kind of would be more re-emphasizing what I want, if that can already become residential, are we trying to turn this into a high-density residential area? If you do that, it's gonna go and develop really, really quickly. But I don't think that's at least been the vision I've been seeing, or what I've perceived our discussion's been.
I worry that's the message we're sending with that map number 40. Mike, if you'll go back to that. I mean, we've, as a council, have seen this time and time again. Developers come in and they want to put residential. They say they're going to do commercial.
And they
We did it with the Norton piece. Remember, they came in and said, hey, let us put this in, and we're bringing you these commercial people. And as we dug in, they didn't have the commercial lined up. And that was the first time we saw it. Now it's happened again. We're getting the density. We're not getting a single thing up front yet. But, you know, we may. It seems like those developers are always going to try to get that residential first. And I worry that if we put this map out there, if I'm a developer and I look at this map, I think Lindon's open for business for residential high density. Why wouldn't I approach that? And I think if we don't use it as a carrot, and I understand that we should and that the market calls for it, but if we don't use it as a carrot, if we are telling people come in and build that, I just think that's exactly what we're going to get, and we're going to put some in, and then 2 years later, we're going to say, actually, the market says we need just to do the rest of it in residential. I would rather move slowly and get the retail, the commercial that we want, than to sell out for residential. I really think it's a sellout. I look at Pleasant Grove. Pleasant Grove opened the floodgates, and so much residential came in, so much multifamily, so much high density, and they had to put a moratorium on it. They said, we are done, we're not doing any.
Yeah, Vineyard's doing the same thing, so.
And so, high density is cheap. We can get as much as we want. I just think we need to be strategic about how we do it. I'm fine with some coming into this corridor. I'm not fine advertising that we want it. We will use it as a carrot, and that's where I'm at. I think this vision is not my vision. I look at this vision, and I would be disappointed if that's how much residential came to the 700 North Corridor. I think past councils, when they went into debt to put that in, didn't think there would be a lick of residential. And not that we have to honor what they were thinking, but I think that was their plan, that it would be 100% commercial. And markets change, but yeah, this still is really.
Are you thinking these for example, in 6 months, like Adam said, this is going residential anyways, unless some miracle happens. So are you saying these two areas right here are too much residential?
I look at the yellow and I look at the orange as being potential residential, correct?
Well, I mean, it could be potential office, it could be potential residential, it could.
Yeah, but as a
Right.
developer, I look at
You're
that and I
right.
say, hey, they're open to residential here.
Yep, that's the way they read it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you've got 3 different uses you could allow there.
You could, but what's the hot use right now? I mean, if they allow
But we
residential there,
don't
that's,
have a zoning ordinance in
You still have
place
to approve
yet.
an ordinance that allows.
I agree, but this is a visioning document.
So let me ask, I mean, they've been going on this for 6 or 8 months on this plan. The planning commission has met multiple times. If the end result is, I'm just trying to get to an answer, if the end result is that the city council as a whole is uncomfortable with residential at more than what number of units? I mean,
It depends on the partnership that comes
I agree.
forward and what amenities and what trade-offs they're willing to bring to the table. I agree with, here's what I would like to ask everyone. Are we comfortable with the page 39 map, but maybe we strike this page 41 that's trying to conceptualize, how many quadrants are going residential and, just
40.
if we're not comfortable with the page 40 color coding, but we keep the previous one.
I can say that I was on the call for some of these, and I was just floored about how this came down. This is not, it's like Jake said, this is not what we thought we were getting. And I don't fault science. This was their approach. This is how they view it. But if I'm a consumer, I'm like, this is not what I thought I ordered off my menu trying to get. And so, I would say I cannot, in any way accept the map on page 40 of their document, page 69 of our packet.
Let me ask another question. Is it the desire of the council to just leave it zoned as it is? Which is retail, entertainment, and office? That's kind of what I'm hearing, and I guess that's where I feel like, why would we even adopt this tonight?
What I'm hearing is the council is open to a mixed use,
I didn't hear
including
that from
residential,
them.
unless, if it's the right project, if we have a
They
big
bring
enough
us
carrot.
enough of the other,
What we
of
don't want to do is have developers get excited and try to flood in the residential as the first piece, because that's the hot, topic right now. We want to keep that card within our tool chest as something to work with, potentially. So we're open to it, but we don't want to advertise that, hey, let's make half of this residential potentially. Is that summarizing you, Jake?
Spot on.
Yep.
So I
I
think
wish
the
I would have known a lot of this, because when we had our joint meeting in March, I feel like I heard mixed use. I feel like I heard,
Probably did from planning commission.
well, we had a joint meeting.
Well,
I know,
yes.
but you get that a lot stronger from planning commission than you do from city council, is my observation.
That's why we took that absorption rate out. I think I was very clear. I don't think my opinions changed one bit from that meeting. I was very clear. The absorption rate, I was shocked by the absorption rate. I said that. I said that amount of retail, or the residential scare. I'm sorry if you're feeling shocked right now. I mean, my opinion has not changed one bit from that
And that's why
combined
we
meeting.
took it out. We took out the 400,000
Yeah.
square feet
Well,
of retail.
yeah, which is, you can take it out there, but leave it in, but we essentially left it in that map. So, I mean,
All this map is saying, IBI is saying, look, you've got a transit station right here. We think this is where residential should go. If you want to make this, if you want to make this all red for the rest of it, we can do that. That's what this map is basically done. If you want to modify the TOD core area, we can play around with this map. All they're saying is, in their professional opinion, look, we suggest this is where you have a plaza area. You're gonna have a stoplight right here at Anderson Boulevard. You potentially can have a BRT station. you know, these are the things that make up a town center. You usually have some residential in a town center with commercial and office uses, or retail uses. You know, if we want to get rid of this plan, that's fine. I still think, you know, and I said this at the very beginning of my presentation, this is the plan I like,
The district plan.
the district plan, because this is what you could create a zoning ordinance off of with, you know, uses and design standards in a town center, in a flexible district. You know, those are, this is more of basing off zoning here.
Mike, what if we just took some of these elements from the land use plan conceptual and just blended a couple of things and just made one piece? Like we took the district plan map as the foundation, but we added from the 5.3 land use plan, you know, the call out for the BRT tracks and the tracks, and just overlaid them on top of that, and then just eliminated the standalone 5.3 land use plan, but just blend some of the elements that we do want to show and call out. How does everyone feel about that?
I don't know if I completely followed that.
So on the land use plan, what Mike is speaking to, we have here on the page 40, it's important that we show where we are hoping to obtain the transportation nodes.
But you're saying that that's the only part that you would want to keep is
Well,
the
it's up for discussion, obviously, but I'm suggesting
That's
we,
what you're
we still need to
proposing.
show those transportation nodes. Perhaps we overlay them on the previous map that's a little bit more general, just has the districts.
Maybe you show your plaza area, you show your TOD, I mean,
The
sorry,
plaza
your
and the
transit stop,
TOD.
your BRT stops.
Right. And any other elements that might be important.
Question, go ahead, Adam.
So I'm curious, maybe if we could do a quick poll with the council members. Are you comfortable with any level of residential in this area? Each one of you, please tell us.
Yes, with
that
the
we move
right,
this direction.
With
with
the
the
right,
right project brought forward.
Carolyn, what was that?
Yes, with,
What is that level? What, is it hundreds of units or tens of units?
it is part of a negotiation piece in my mind with the right partner and developer that comes forward with something that gives a significant amenities to the city of Lindon and the public at large versus no standalone housing on its own.
I think the challenge, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carolyn, the only way we're gonna get, I think, the vision that we want is to have a master developer that controls the whole piece, because I think, because that's where the give and take's gonna come in order to get the retail or the town center piece, where they can pencil out the whole project, because otherwise you're gonna have people take slices of that, and some are gonna be the winners, or the ones that get the return that they want, where the others are giving maybe more than what they feel is feasible, I think.
Right, I think you bring up a good point, Mayor, and there's really there's a few ways that I see that we could accomplish this goal of what, one is, like the mayor said, finding a development partner who does a master plan, or two, if we cannot do that, we lead out in building the plaza and the town center. That has been done by numerous cities within the state, that they set forth the investment, and then it attracts what they want to come around it at that point. Number three, if it is somewhat more, you know, it's not one party that kind of aggregates it, but it has to sort of do in pieces. One of the things that Woodbury's fellow mentioned that they do, he's seen, is if you have someone say, I want to do housing, you have significant, you know, fees and additional, Mike, help me the terminology, I don't have my notes in front of me.
Well, he made the recommendation to try and balance
Balance
out.
it.
So you're doing your residential over here closer to State Street.
But they have to
That's not-
pay like points or something so that
Yeah,
their
it's
land
not
isn't
any
worth
cheaper
more.
than doing
If they've done
residential in your
commercial.
town center.
So you don't pick and choose and someone's
Winners on
winners and
landowners.
losers. You kind of balance that
That's some
whole
sort of a
formula.
matrix to it.
Yeah.
There's a few ways to go about it and skin the cat, so to speak. Anyway, Adam was taking a straw poll, so.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with any level of residential along these mountains?
Yeah, let me opine on that. Ideally, for me, with the 400 units Ivory's doing, the Norton piece, Lindon Nursery, ideally, I would have no residential on this, similar to University Parkway, similar to PG Boulevard, just a half a mile up the road, or the Meadows. That would be ideal for me. But I'm realistic. I recognize that might not be possible. And so I am open to residential as a carrot to bring in the right commercial partner. Ideally, I would have no residential. I recognize that may not be feasible or doable, and because of that, I don't want to say that I'm opposed. I will not vote for anything with residential, because I would. I was comfortable with some of the site plans that CenterCal was throwing around because of the quality and the level of commercial that they brought in, and so it's a variable of.
They did not have any residential as part of their site plans.
But they did ask us at a couple of points, would you be willing to do residential? And the meeting we sat in here, and I said, absolutely.
Just the two site plans that they submitted didn't have residential.
Okay. But open, but when they asked
And the
us, I told
commercial
them
was more-
absolutely. If you're bringing in
Yeah.
that quality of tenants to Linden, those quality of commercial, I would have been comfortable, absolutely. And so that's where I'm at.
Going back many years to the original bonding for this particular thoroughfare, I remember pretty vividly some of the council members' vision for that. I remember sitting on CDA when we originally discussed this, and again, Mayor Dane wanted a bass sports center there. So he had his own vision, and I remember sitting in those meetings as we developed the CDA. I also have never envisioned housing along this portion of 700 North. That's one of the reasons I was amenable to Ivory with bringing in those rooftops, and even to the multifamily, close to what we anticipated or hoped to be the TOD at the east end of that that east end of the property. I remember when there was a developer back in probably 15 or 16 that came in and wanted to brought it some sort of a site, some sort of concept review on the north side of the property, and we had looked and asked if we would consider housing in that, and I did consider, kind of similar to the comments that have been made already, if it were with the right development or the right entities that were brought forward, that I would lean into a little bit of housing towards the north side of that north portion of that property of 700 North. I don't feel like housing should be anything but tertiary to any other proper development that comes in, and I would consider it if it was a proper development that would see that fill the needs of the things that the Vision Committee has put forward, and multiple council members over the decades and currently have anticipated. So yeah, housing is not high on my, and when I sat in that meeting with, when they presented these plans, there's several plans, I pretty much hit high C with that. So I was not happy whatsoever. And so the least problem plan would be the one that Mike is leaning towards is the district plan. And that one just barely meets it for me, and it would have to be the right developer. So I'd say no to residential.
On this, as we were discussing that and coming up with a plan, I envisioned the purpose of why we were doing this plan was to attract the right commercial. And so I won't repeat everything that Jake just said, but I would say I'm pretty dang close to what he is.
Okay. Mike, how do you stand on this? Would you be in favor or opposed to residential on 700 North?
Well, I think everyone knows my stance on residential in Linden. After sitting in on the meetings and reading the plan, studying it, I don't think we've got a snowball's chance in Hades of attracting. I think the reality of the situation is we're going to have some residential there if we're going to realize our dream in the long run of having a commercial city center type thing, especially as it relates to transit-oriented development and so forth. I'm not suggesting just housing for housing's sake, but which I think others, just the concept of housing is repugnant. I'm just suggesting that I'm for residential. I believe that we have to have it there. I don't believe we have to settle for anything that's less than quality. Doesn't have to be super dense, but I just believe that there are developers who can come in with plans for residential that would complement and help the commercial part of it. So yeah, I'm definitely not against residential. Just the amount and the type is what I would be interested in pursuing further.
Hearing, yeah, Mayor, go ahead.
I'm just going to give, kind of listening to the discussion, I want to articulate a few options, and I think it's already been said. In order to achieve maybe what I'm hearing the consensus would like to have, we really need a master developer that would work with us and facilitate, the proper mix that we feel comfortable with, the city center. And, there's a cost to that, and we don't know what that is. I mean, if I were a developer and I came in, I'd say, well, yeah, I can create this for you. But there is an associated cost to that, and how much is the city willing to ante up if needed to help facilitate that. The second would be, and Carolyn alluded to this or mentioned to it, that the city leads out and decides, okay, we're gonna get a focal point of what we want, and we're gonna invest as a city and allocate our resources to kind of set the course in action.
Kick it off.
That's another option. I think the third option, which is kind of where I think Mike has tried to take us, is to develop a conceptual plan that still gives us the flexibility, although it could be perceived as sending the wrong message to a developer, that it's so flexible that they can come in and massage it and make it work to however they want, which could end up sending the wrong message if we don't get the right developer coming in that goes down a certain track, and then we finally pull it out from under him because it really isn't going the direction we want.
Mayor, let me just ask a quick question. Why do we even have to show this document to a developer? Developer doesn't need to see page 26 or 46 or whatever.
It'll be public record once we adopt it.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. And I think it's in our best interest that we do come up with a visioning document, whatever that is, whatever the council feels comfortable with, because, if we don't have something, the developers come in, they're gonna ask for it. And before they're gonna move ahead or make commitments, they're gonna have a comfort level with us on what our vision is. And so it's critical, I think. Or I guess the fourth option is, we can let the rest of the valley develop, and we could be the last golden gem in Utah County, or at least in this section of the county, and until we get what we really feel we want, which I think if we wait long enough, we may get it. I don't know. I mean, that's,
Yeah, I certainly don't feel, hey, we've got to have this
yeah,
spring that dirt's churning.
yeah.
Something to keep in mind with the timing is we do have a CDA out in this area, and it only has a 20-year lifespan, and it was triggered a few years ago. And so for us to have tax increment financing opportunities in this area, that has a time limit. And so it runs out after that time, and then you don't collect anything. And so if it doesn't build within that time frame, we never realize or capture that increment
Yeah.
financing. And so if it sits in
Set that.
for another 18 years, you don't collect that money.
Yeah.
And so
because of COVID, we're gonna bring you a resolution to extend that for another
Yes.
2 years under
Yeah.
state law, but still you.
The time is ticking.
Time
There
is
is a
ticking.
limited amount of time, and
So that's where, that might be a discussion further down the road is, do we make the moves to kick this off and create a catalytic moment, which some cities have done, and it's played out very well for them. But back to this, I think my feeling about the purpose of this vision document is that we're gonna hearken, I mean, there's 3 words that come to my mind about what the vision needs to communicate. It is, what is the memory that we're trying to preserve of Lindon, its values? What is the prophecy of what we'd like to see? And then how can we work with someone with a flexibility to create a reality that comes in line somewhere between the memory and the prophecy of what we're trying to set the table for. And so I think, I think the council we're pretty unanimous that, the right partner with the right development, certainly we're open to discussions. And so we just want to be careful that we don't give a mixed message that, brings in the wrong partners, perhaps, am I putting that correctly?
But
So,
if we adopt this, Carolyn, we're sending that message, obviously.
well, that's why we're trying to carefully look at this, and maybe the land use plan isn't in line with the prophecy that we are looking to set the table for. So,
I think that's what I'm suggesting. Maybe we don't want to adopt it tonight.
Well, I mean,
Oh, I think that's pretty likely from my
well,
standpoint.
is the council, how do you feel about if we rewrite this flexible development area, and we come back and modify it to show the BRT stations? If you want to take that other sheet out, we'll be glad to do it. And, it's caused some heartburn at the planning commission level, as well as here. I'm the last one as well, like you guys. I'm not out there promoting residential uses. I am looking at market realities, but I'm not out there, telling somebody to come build residential here. One developer made the comment that, the market's going to drive what you're going to see here. We're going to, right now I got a bunch of residential guys knocking on our door, and we're, and I'm telling them, no, you've got to partner with a commercial
yeah,
developer. We've got to have,
unless we own the property, we're not in the driver's seat, because those market forces can create a push and pull that landowners will say, hey, we love you, city, but, we're dealing that with an individual piece we're gonna talk about later tonight, numbers speak to people.
yeah.
are you good if we
Unfortunately.
move forward, if we take this sheet behind you up there on the screen and we modify it and come back, we modify some of the language on here and bring that back to you?
Love to see what you come up with.
That'd be great.
So you'll modify in the flexible development area, what about the TOD core area? Because I think leaving residential there also leaves a lot of, again, I'm just trying to put my developer hat on and read that. Okay, the TOD core area allows for residential, I'm gonna put residential there. You know what I mean? And so,
Typically a TOD is a
Right.
mix. You're,
it is.
that's one of the expectations, I think, that if you have a mass transit stop, that's a good spot for residential. We can work on the language of that
Yeah.
and bring it back.
Here's an example. Van and I had a potential developer talk with us one day, and he looked at this area, and we discussed kind of the goals and the visions the city had, and he presented, hey, if we were to build, he said, yeah, we would build more than 45,000 square feet potentially of retail, but one of the ways that we would be able to afford to do that is we would want to be able to have really low rents. And so if we went after some of these names and brands of retailers that you guys would like to draw to your city, we could approach them and say, okay, we're gonna lock you in a 3 or 5 year lease that's under market to attract them and get them to come here and land in Lindon, but as a way to offset that loss of revenue or not charging them what it costs to build that out for them, we would need some housing into that mix. And I think,
They're
that's where.
subsidizing that.
Yeah, just
the
kind of
residents.
subsidize to bring in the anchors that we would want. And I think Van, our question was, okay, give us a number. How many housing units would that be? And that's where it kicks off the whole discussion. And they didn't have a number, obviously. This was just very high,
Conceptual.
just feeling things out. But in that instance, Van, what was your takeaway in that instance? If, is that up for discussion potentially? If
Well,
you had
yes,
them-
as we've been discussing here, if you get the right thing with it.
Right,
The commercial and the city center identity drives what could happen in residential. But again, the vision that this was going to be a residential corridor, for me, has never been there.
so I think, does that help clarify kind of where
I don't,
we're at?
hopefully this doesn't come off, this was never intended to show a residential corridor. It does show buildings close to the street, because that's what your zoning currently requires. And so,
And that's another point coming up for me
So-
a little bit too,
so,
on how tall things are,
mhm.
5 stories and within 20 feet.
And-
That makes me just a little bit
One thing,
uncomfortable.
when we were meeting with the Boyer Company, I thought it was interesting, Scott Verheeren said, where Hobby Lobby and all that retail is in Orem, he said within 15 years, that'll all be housing. He said there's such a demand, for housing close to UVU up there, that they'll tear out all that retail, and it'll all become housing. I thought that was pretty interesting.
So will Hobby Lobby end up in Lindon? Because their parking
hope
lot is
so,
very
but-
full.
concerning planning commission, I think there are a number of us that share the same concerns you do. It wasn't just a blanket approval of things as they appear. I know there's a number of us that share the same concerns. And so that's the reason I'm here tonight, is to see what your perspective is.
Has it been clear what our perspective is?
What?
Is it clear what our perspective is?
It is, and that's why I'm here tonight, so we can kind of take that back and work with that, because it wasn't something where everyone just thought, oh, this is great. There were concerns.
Yeah, it did pass unanimously, but we talked through those concerns,
Well, I think, honestly, I think what you've presented, we could pass. But if we passed it, we'd still have the same concerns. It's because it's the definition of what that all becomes. And in reality, this could be the best plan, and we could get the right developer, and we would fill in the pieces how we want, but that's really conjecture. We're just hoping, in reality, maybe we send a different message and get the right developer in, rather than going through
Yeah.
multiple.
and staff
We're-
understands that same message as
Yeah.
we work with developers.
It's kind of like dating, I mean, it's just, it's uncertain.
Give and take, right?
Unpredictable.
Right?
That's right.
Well, even some of those plan commissioners that have been developers, as far as, being very concerned about how this develops in their community, there were a lot of concerns about that.
Yeah.
So I hate to have that concept that they didn't share a lot of the same feelings you do.
I sense that.
I don't know, it's,
So Mike-
there's a lot of questions out there on what retail is gonna look like.
I think I appreciate you listening to us, and as we're trying to work this, I think we all want this to have a clear message as a public record that it will become. And one of the things that maybe would be helpful is this would be an appropriate place in the flexible development to mention we would like to see hospitality or entertainment uses as well, called out rather than maybe housing as a first off mention there. How does council feel about that? Maybe we say TOD, we're open to some housing because TOD, that's kind of a state, that's typical within the state to get that concentration there. But flexible, if we could maybe remove the housing for now. It's not, obviously if someone came with a plan, we're gonna talk about everything. But we call out hospitality, entertainment, because one of the developers did have a hotel as a conceptual way back, and we haven't mentioned that here yet in the document.
And I think back to the work session that we had with Planning Commission, and that there may have been some nods to be, that we say, with the White project, we would consider. And perhaps that was taken in a different, with a different ear. And then you throw in what this study or what this plan has come forward with to being something very different from what I feel like was what we thought at the work session. If this would have been presented at the work session, there would have been a lot more discussion for all of us here in this room. And so I think it's not that we're not saying the same thing we did say then. I think there's just more information that's come forward about what other entities could envision us doing, and what we still feel is maybe we're digging in our heels a little bit more, saying, no, if this is what people are thinking we might do, then yes, we need to find a way to articulate this much more clearly. And I feel like that's what we're all trying to do here, is to just emphasize what our brass tacks are, what we really want to see. So I don't feel like there's any disjointness from our joint meeting. I think we're just being more
Vocal.
vocal. Thank
More
you.
direct, more trying to refine it in a way that will help us in moving the plan forward and helping Mike and the rest of the city. And, you know, who knows? I mean, the state legislature may come back at some point and push, you know, we only exist because of their willingness to allow us to exist, and they may, you know, if we can't move forward in a what they perceive to be a beneficial way for people that want to live in Utah, they may clamp down a little harder. I mean, that's a reality. And landowners, they may feel that the zoning that we're trying to encourage to happen doesn't meet their needs to what they want to do with their land. And, you know, there's this, it's a balancing act. And I just applaud our planning commission, our council. It's great discussion. It's hard discussion. It makes Mike's job challenging, but hopefully we're still,
Job security.
you know, giving you the support and feeling like we're not against you. We're just trying in our own minds figure this out and try to make it work for everybody, and that's a challenge. It's not easy.
And I certainly didn't see this next document, this one here tonight, as a yes/no
Yeah.
by any means, and we just revert back to what we have now. It's a process that, you know, obviously lots of work has been done on, and I acknowledge that. But I'm still hoping that we get the vision that we.
That's a consensus.
Yeah, and
Mike, you'll know
consensus is
when
the
we got it
interesting
right.
word.
They'll be up there doing
Your
cartwheels and,
consensus, right?
Yeah,
Adam, you had a
I see
question?
this is kind of our TOD core area as well.
Yeah. I think we've
Into
all thought that.
driving that. And so like I said, from a lot of my standpoint, the rooftops, the density to drive a lot of things is what I thought was gonna be coming from here.
We started a long time ago on that,
Right.
filling that quota.
Adam, you had a comment, or?
We can move forward, so. You know, I asked Mike a second ago, maybe he can highlight a few things, we can continue this and come back with some modifications and see how you feel. Is that?
I think that's a good direction based upon the discussion tonight, so.
I mean,
So, sorry, really quick, Mike, just to put this in perspective, our moratorium out there is over, that timeline's done. So right now, the current zoning is what dictates out there. And it's these little 5-acre quadrants, somebody has to have a certain percentage of retail, but they could do office or retail or other commercial uses. Entertainment uses are listed as permitted. So just keep that in mind, and there's things that are already allowed up there.
Which I assume
That
from,
could happen before you adopt a plan.
right, but I assume from a council's perspective, that's probably better than residential. Is that, I mean, not saying that's what we necessarily want, but
It's not allowed yet.
yeah, okay. Okay, keep
So-
up the good work.
Okay, is there any direction though that you know, so I can come back besides updating this map, building footprints, you know, you were leading to,
Mentioned height, Van, what was the
Does that
concern on height?
Van's got some.
5-story buildings. I wanted to know, as you do this now, what's the relation of this, how tall you can go? I'm not opposed to a 5-story, but it's gonna be set back off of the road a ways.
yeah, so for
So I
example,
don't know how that works with,
these were,
what is a 20-foot allowed and when is a 50-foot allowed? Does it break down?
it just says you should have a setback between 20 and 50 feet.
And so for me, a 20-foot setback for a 5-story building, I don't like.
So like right now on State Street, you could do, is it 40 feet is the height? There's
48.
What's that? 48. So you could do a 48-foot tall building on State Street with a 20-foot setback. That's our current
Height
zoning
restriction.
requirements, if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, and so when I go through Orem, they got a lot of buildings just way too close to the
Yeah.
streets along State Street.
So,
for
you know,
me.
we've called out, you know, well, let me go to this one real quick. These are 5-story in this area because you have a garbage transfer station here. And so it was trying to, you know, what would they need to do to incentivize someone to go next to a garbage transfer station? That's why those were taller buildings. If you go to the open space, you know, this doesn't show it extremely clear, but, you know, open space along the street, not with buildings right up to the sidewalk. Actually, this, you know, this gives you a good one. You know, 10 feet of landscaping with a park strip, 8-foot sidewalk, 20-foot setback, creating more distance from the street, but, you know, you still have buildings closer. So you want to create a good pedestrian experience as well along 700 North. Not a straight State Street feel, but, you know, a better feel with a tree-lined street.
Yes, and so I like this concept there, and now you're into a 38-foot back.
Yes.
But then I think we maybe marry that with how tall do we allow that building then to be that close?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, you know, I look to you guys in your experiences. So maybe that's a smaller building, and then you go back further, you can get a taller building, you go back a little further, and then you can get that 5-story.
Yeah.
Something in there is what I would like to see, so we don't just get that.
And those are
Wow.
things we would calibrate as we wrote the zoning ordinance.
I think that's something that was presented in the original vision document. There is a page in there that shows, you know, kind of best practices, what not to do, what to do, and there was a building that kind of showed that staggering and, you know, having a human scale to the building versus just the sheer. And I think, you know, what we've seen IBI put together here, it leans towards the more typical urban look and feel. And that may be where we're headed here, but again, if
Doesn't look
if
like a
council
little
has-
bit of country there, does it?
No.
Yeah,
Well, I think
Yeah.
you gotta remember though, these are 500-foot deep parcels, and
one of the developers said to me that because there's really kind of limited acreage here, you know, as we're going down timeline, the acreage has become smaller and smaller as some development has happened. You know, being able to go up to accomplish, you know, what they want to do may be something that we need to be open to in our heights. So I think to Van's point, this document certainly isn't giving the regulations or the ordinances of expanding those heights. It's showing that we're flexible to those concepts, and then later on, we would do the work of the zoning work to call out, you know, those setbacks and things like that. Van, does that make sense? I mean, do you feel like that? You
Yes,
could be
whether
comfortable with
occurs
that?
in the zoning or,
Right, so this isn't giving zoning permission now, but,
right,
Yeah.
but if we show a picture
right,
that we wouldn't
agreed.
be comfortable with, then that can be a little,
Again, we need to have a clear
maybe not
message.
intentionally misleading, but
Misleading
This,
nonetheless.
this rendering shows one-story buildings there on the south side around the plaza area. You know, three-story building, you know, on the other side of the street. You know, a mix of heights.
yeah,
and-
so I'm liking this, so like if this is 1 story, this jumps to 2, and this is 4 or 5 or whatever, it staggers back.
Yeah,
I'm liking that feel rather than that closeness right to the main corridor, the traffic's going up and down.
and that building there on your left, you know, you could build that under our current zoning. You know, that's 48
That's
feet.
permissible.
And, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
so.
so we may wanna look at that in the short term on how close that is from my perspective.
One comment I got, I don't have an opinion on this either way, was one developer said, oh, you know, when you do stack kind of the buildings taller, then it creates, the interior then is more pleasant because this is gonna be a high traffic corridor, so just something to think
Kind
about.
of buffers it
Yes,
internally, yeah.
exactly.
So, Adam, just real quick, you mentioned the Anderson property, that Ivory has an option on that, and what's the timing before they can turn that option into,
I think it's June 6th.
so we really have about 7 months
And it's currently, it'll resort to
residential?
residential, but it's
Single
not the
family.
townhomes, right? They had requested the townhomes at one point, right now it's single
Single
family.
family.
Townhomes were a part of it, but there's single family, it's a mix.
Yeah, let me, I've got it right
Home
here.
if we get the deeper commercial, single family, if it's,
So this is a cutout sheet that shows if this goes away, then it shows, you know, your single family
Right.
right up to the back of the commercial there.
Okay,
Mayor, there may be some with this public hearing that, on the Zoom meeting, that some of the property.
good,
owners-
let's hear, is anyone out there that would like to make a public comment or ask questions of the council?
Maybe call out Mike specifically, anybody
Um, Ron Anderson is on. If,
Ron, do you want to make any comments or address the council?
Yeah,
Wonderful,
can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
I can hear most of what you said, but sometimes it cuts in and out, so. You know, it's, looking at the plan there, it's, we've heard a lot tonight about being flexible. I think that was one of our big questions. Once you put that map out, does it have to be done like that, or can the roads be done on your, the analysis that talks a lot about flexibility? I just didn't know, once that, if you did adopt it, it had to be that way. You know, there's a lot of, it's broken into such small pieces there, in that, the one page there, it talked about a maximum of 2,500 square feet buildings. If that's the case, especially if you got multi-story, the whole corridor is gonna have to be basically little strip malls. That's not really marketable. There's,
Ron,
You know,
could
when
you, Ron, could you tell us where where you're referring to? I'd love to look at that. Do you know what page in the document you saw that?
yeah, that was.
yeah, it's on that map, 5.3 land use plan.
That's it, right there, is that the one that's up? Can you see
Under-
the screen?
under Flexible, it says recommend 25,000 foot maximum.
That's the one that we're talking about eliminating tonight. But that's an interesting point you bring up.
You know, if that's the maximum, that's a lot of acres to fill up with little small buildings there. There's, you know, it's interesting. It's been going on quite a while. It was over 20 years ago when Mayor Ellerson came to us, and when they were wanting to get a freeway interchange there, and to do that, they needed to have some connecting roads, and he had the vision of a retail corridor, a big box similar to 1300 South in Orem, and we bought into that and traded ground with neighbors and gave ground and got the corridor space and gave up our railroad crossings so they could get it in there. But he didn't envision the whole thing being retail. When it was first zoned, the bottom half was mixed commercial and the top half general commercial. And then through the years, it keeps getting more commercial and higher use and more restrictive. And, you know, and we've always envisioned that to be retail too. We're the only original owners that still have undeveloped ground. Everybody else that was involved when 7th North came since sold their ground or developed it. But, you know, we've, I guess, hung on to that big box retail, but it seemed like the world's left us behind, and that's no longer an option. So, you know, my crystal ball is no better than the rest of you. So, but I think I'm starting to realize that, you know, we waited 20 years we did have, but one time, a group from Arizona that we had under contract was trying to attract a large grocery thing.
Yep.
That didn't pan out, but that's the closest we've ever got on any of that. On the other side, our side, we never come and ask for anything, you know, for high density housing along the corridor itself. And I'm not saying it should be high density, but, you know, I think we need to be, it's like on your, the project guide, it says create a vision of land use plans based on market realities. And it's a hard thing to do, and I don't know what the best thing is, but maybe office type things with, like you've let go across the freeway, maybe it's a little more of a mixed use office or something. But, you know, just straight office, it's so overbuilt right now. There's, I was looking on Collier's third quarter planned, and right now there's 656,000 square feet of sublease space, and they've completed 761,000 feet of office this year, and there's currently 122 million under construction. So by the time that gets built out, even if people go back to work after COVID, we're gonna be overbuilt on the office area for quite a while. So I don't know. We appreciate all the work you're doing and the support, but, you know, hopefully through all this, we can have something that could maybe actually be a good thing. The BRT, we're concerned on that, and, you know, it sounds exciting to have it, but if that interferes with the traffic flow and those full service intersections, you know, that's going to be it's going to be a bigger detriment than a blessing. It's a limited entry anyway, and we had the agreement with the city and the landowners on those full service intersections, and UDOT adopted that when they took the road over. But if UTA comes in and closes a bunch of those off, it'll really make this hard to go. So, but thanks for all you're doing, and good luck.
Yeah, Ron, just so you know, UTA wouldn't come in and do that. That would be a joint decision made by all the organizations, UDOT, Western Regional, or Wasatch Regional Front, MAG, and the cities. You know, they would make that determination in what they felt was in the best interests of everyone. So, yeah, UDOT and UTA they're not in the business of telling people what to do too much. You know, they try to come up with what they know, but they've been more proactive in involving everybody. So we'll see where that goes. But
Mayor, to that point, so would we hopefully have a say that it could be something like what's happened in Orem, where they still have full service four-way intersections with the BRT bus dedicated lane, so we're not closing off access?
They're looking at all options all the way. You know, if you're really trying to mitigate or reduce traffic and move people, then the best option is to have a dedicated lane. But that cost, I think, in the central corridor up here that would run State Street up to northern Utah County up to Lehigh, I think they don't have a fine number, but it's like $1.6 billion. And that's a lot of money. And so they're looking to not necessarily scale it back, but to try to piece it to where what the multiple options would be and what the cities would be comfortable with. And that's still, coming forward, so it's.
Do you see that this could conceivably be no more than just, it's the transportation lane that the BRT buses go versus, it doesn't necessarily have the whole dedicated lane? It's just their route. It's just calling out their route. Is that?
Yeah, once again, that's a decision that, based upon all parties, they'd come and say, what are we comfortable with and what can we make work and what's the public willing to bear as far as potential inconvenience or potential benefits. So it's a challenge, isn't it, Adam? You've been on those conversations, so. Ron, we appreciate your comments. I mean, why don't you just come up with a plan and tell us what it needs to be, and then our jobs will be much easier. You still with us?
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Thanks, Ron. Any other public comment online?
I think the others are all for the next item.
Okay.
One of the other things, just mentioning BRT that was mentioned, I should probably point this out to council, that star in the very middle would likely be best served for, pedestrians to come on and off. Maybe Mayor could speak to this. Someone mentioned in one of the meetings we had that having a platform there with traffic calming and whatnot, so pedestrians could access the bus on and off there at that station. So I'm kind of envisioning that star would be potentially a platform. Would you agree with that, Mayor?
I think you want to make sure people can access it and do it safely, and platforms are always a good way of doing that, so. Any other public comment? Motion be in order to,
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
we have a motion by Van, a second by Randy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's, based upon the discussion, I assume action is in the
Yeah.
future.
I'll move to continue ordinance 2020-16-0 to adopt the 700 North Master Plan.
And as far as staff direction, Mike, would you like us to email you feedback individually as far as what we're hoping to see in revisions or tweaks on this?
Yeah, that'd be
Would that be
extremely
helpful?
helpful. Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I mean, there's so much
thanks, Mike.
good
We
stuff here.
appreciate you,
This is amazing. We want you to feel, we feel like this is going well. I'll second it.
There it is.
So
Thank you.
Carolyn, was that a second on that?
Actually, a second, sorry about
Okay,
that.
we have a motion and a second, a little bit more discussion, call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Well, thank you for bearing with us, those of you that are online. Appreciate that. And next on our agenda is a review and action on, is that right? Yes. Yes. Island Dance Studio. And thank you. I'm glad to hear we're getting an update on that because it's been a while.
Yeah, so, council, if you remember, you heard this item for a zone change on July 1st, 2020. You approved that zone change with, 2 conditions. One specific condition is why we're here this evening, because you approved it with the condition that all building improvements are completed by December 31st, 2020. The Island Dance Studio folks are here tonight to respond to that. They are not going to hit that deadline. The city is still waiting for some architectural plans for that. And so they are here tonight to discuss that with you, and there's a letter that they provided in your staff report. So this is their site plan. I think you're familiar with it. They've got the existing home with the dance studio inside. The planning commission approved for the outside improvements, the parking lot, curb gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, those things to be installed by December 31st, 2022. So with that, I can turn the time over to the applicants to discuss this with the council.
2022?
For for the outside improvements, yes. This curb gutter, sidewalk, those things. The building improvements by December 31st, 2020. So they're here tonight asking for an extension on that condition, to have the improvements, the building improvements constructed by December 31st, 2020. They're asking for an extension on that. So.
Council, any discussion on that? I'm sure there is.
Should we hear from the,
Want to hear from them first, or do you want to? Okay.
I want to hear from them first.
Okay, would you like to
Yeah.
kind of present to the council why you feel an extension is needed?
Yes, sorry that I couldn't be there in person. I'm representing the Podjakowskis. I'm Chriselle Travis. I think most of you know me. I had a positive COVID test on the 2nd of December, and so I'm isolating at home. But I appreciate the opportunity to ask for this extension this evening. We've had a couple of complications. I think that there was a letter in your packet in regards to why the extension is needed. There's been some miscommunications on the part of both the city and the Podjakowskis as far as getting things done. When we came before you in June, we had plans completed, and as you can see from the information presented in your packet, we made an immediate application for a building permit under the assumptions that had been made and the discussions that we'd had with the city prior to applying for the zone change and negotiating with the council the timeframes that were set forward in the approval. Once that application was made, there was red lines that were received, and the position of how this could be approved under just a residential type building was changed, and we're now being required to receive an architectural stamp for this building, which we're happy to comply with. It's just taking longer than we expected, because there's been a review by the city, and the information that was sent to their third-party reviewer was not clearly communicated that this is just an addition to an existing building. So the review comments that we got back were for a totally new building, like it was being a new construction, rather than just the addition for the handicap bathroom that needs to be added and the fire separations between the apartment and the residential uses. So, and then there was also some I don't know if it was misinformation, but there was delay in receiving the information from the city. We did not receive the red line comments until I believe it was August 13th till August, and then we were unable to get a hold of the building official to make the clarifications and find out the information that was based on the red line. So there have been delays. We are currently working with an architect to get the stamp. Part of the complication again comes in the fact that we're adding onto an existing building, and because the stamp's being required and they didn't do the original building, there's a little bit of hesitation, and we just found out tonight that possibly we may have to go to a different architect to get a review and a stamp. So we are trying to comply with that, but we have not been successful in receiving a building permit, which is what would need to be had to be able to complete the interior and the building structures per the deadline that was set when the zone was in place. And so that's why we're asking for an extension, so that the building permit can be obtained and we can start the construction. They do have the funds still to be able to move forward and get these things completed. It's just a matter of getting the permit. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
So let me just ask the question, and council, please feel free to interrupt or step in. From the city's perspective, what was stated here, it sounds like the city has kind of been a little bit of the problem here. Is that your understanding, Mike?
I think there's just been some miscommunications probably between Island Dance Studio and, you know, the building division. But I don't think you can blame one party over another. And so,
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up if we
Fair to
could.
say misunderstanding, however it came about. What's the new deadline they're proposing? Is there one I didn't
I
notice?
don't think there is.
It says December
Hey.
31st, 2022.
That's for the outside, I think.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's for
outside?
the public infrastructure and landscaping.
We approved that already.
We'd like to ask for an approval that would be based on a time frame based on the receiving of a building permit. So once the building permit is issued, then we have a 6-month time frame to complete the construction. So that the time that it's taking to get the building permit isn't delaying or complicating, I guess, the deadline for completion.
I think my only hesitation on that is, you know, I don't know when we're ever going to get final architectural drawings. You know, if they have to shop this around to different architects to get approval, that could be a while. So, I mean, my recommendation is that you set a date again and you know, and even tie that to the business license. So there is a little pressure to get this moving.
What would be a fair date in your opinion?
I mean,
6 months out of the
Six-
question? It doesn't.
They've already had how long?
a few years, but,
Well, that's the question. Is the city the one that's been created the concern for 2 years for this to not progress?
no, we're the ones that when I started here, I initiated a courtesy letter to get this moving because there are some life safety issues, as we discussed this when they came before last time with, you know, people dancing upstairs without proper exiting, you know, not having restrooms, a way to egress the home for ADA.
So my question along
Go
the
ahead.
lines of the mayor would be that who's driving the communication? Is it generally the city saying, we've got something that needs to be filled, we need you to, are you as we as the city, are we saying,
Who's being proactive,
yep,
basically?
that's the.
So I drove it to get it to this point. I've kind of turned it over between Island Dance Studio and the building department.
Okay.
So when did they find out they needed an architectural stamp? Do we know?
The date from the letter from the third-party reviewer was June 26th, but I don't know what date that got into their hands. So that sounds like that was August when that got into your hands. Chriselle, is that what you mentioned?
That's correct. We didn't receive the first set of red lines until August, and then we immediately began trying to contact the building department after we had reviewed that, so that we understood what was being asked. And we didn't receive any information from the city until the 22nd of August, and then we were finally able to get a hold of the third-party reviewer to get everybody on the same page so that they understood that this was not a whole building review, it's just an addition. And then from there, we've been working with an architect to get it into conformance with their standard. We had finished plans, but because they have, you know, it's a professional architect's office, they wanted to make sure that, you know, their touches and the way that they did the details and the way that they presented things on their title blocks was taken care of. And so that's taken time because the Podjakowskis don't have a lot of money to spend with a professional architect. My husband, who works for that office, has been doing it at night and after hours, so to get that completed. And it is ready to go. We're just communicating on what that fee might cost to get the stamp onto those plans.
And just one clarification, this isn't an addition to a home. This is a single-family home that a commercial business is being rent out of, so they're trying to get proper fire separations and things like that within within the
Proper
home.
division within the home that's, meets all the.
And would that have been noted when they first opened the business, or was that 2 years after they opened the business that they became aware that they needed to do that?
I don't have.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Have
the
they
t-
opened that? I don't know if we can answer that.
Well, and perhaps it's that the scope of what the business was going to be and what it became changed.
Sorry, I missed that.
Perhaps the scope of what they anticipated the business to be in the very beginning, being more small and oriented, and then it morphed without supervision or input or asking of, inquiring of what what they need to do to comply with city ordinances or to,
From what I recall on this, again, this is a
forecast?
number of years ago, but they applied for a single-family home building permit with intent, unbeknownst to the city, that it would become a business.
okay?
And so the building permit that was issued was for a house, not for a business. And so therefore, it's never been inspected or approved as such.
As a business.
And we've given multiple extensions, we've gone through lots of hearings with the planning commission and council.
And it seems like
We
the,
feel like we've bent over backwards to try to.
that's what I was gonna say, it seems like the city has tried to problem solve as best as possible, given the circumstances with trying to create this, I mean, to apply this zone to make that work, but then it seems like, there is, I don't know, I always try to teach my kids to make sure that if you've got an assignment with the teacher, make sure you communicate. If there's a problem, communicate. If you got a problem with a lender, give them a call. If you can't pay your phone bill, give them a call. Try to make, communication, the big word, communication. And it seems like there's gaps in the communication chain.
The applicants were here in a meeting.
Yes.
When the council and planning commission reviewed this and approved this phased plan though, so keep that in mind. I mean, the applicants
They're aware.
were present, and they are tonight.
Which was accommodating, very accommodating, and maybe in other cities wouldn't happen. It would be, no, you cannot have a business permit, you cannot run your business, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely in other
Without
cities.
doubt.
In most circumstances, they would have been shut down, frankly.
I agree. Where did this December 31st, 2022 date come from? I'm confused on that. I understand that it's a difference. It's the site plan, it's the outside improvements.
So they had two applications, one for site plan approval, and then one for the zone change. So the planning commission's the one that reviewed the site plan approval. Originally, the Island Dance Studio offered a 6-year phasing plan. The planning commission agreed that they needed to have all the public improvements and landscaping installed by 2022.
And Chriselle, they're not asking to change that deadline, correct?
That is,
That's correct. That's correct. It's just the building interior
Interior.
finishes
Okay.
to complete.
So that deadline's already in place, the 2022.
Correct.
I didn't realize it was that far out.
Yeah,
I get asked on this all the time,
what's going on?
and I've been telling people wrong. I was thinking that that deadline we had now was for everything, so that's good to know.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
I feel like there's been some pretty extenuating circumstances for all of us, personally and in business.
Right?
And one of the things that's mentioned here is they've had to close down and lose a lot of revenue. I mean, there's, of course, the communication and the timing, and we're feeling like it's just another extension on top of extension on top of, maybe not setting this up in the proper protocols as it should have. But I'm leaning towards giving some window to allow this to allow them to continue to move forward in good faith, because of COVID.
COVID's been tough. and you
COVID's
look
been
at-
real.
You look at this industry, dance studios, yeah, no doubt it has been a difficult year for dance studios. So I have a couple of customers over the bank that are dance studios. I'm sensitive to that as well. No doubt it's been difficult from a cash flow standpoint, as well as being in business. So I'm sure a lot of their attention has been focused on that. So I agree. I think that we need to be sensitive to that.
Am I understanding this correctly in the letter where it says that COVID, we were closed only 90% of November? Am I reading that correctly?
That's what it seemed like.
So that's on top of the initial close down back in March, April, and May. So they were closed March, April, and May, and then in addition to a COVID outbreak in this kind of industry group, they were closed for 90% of November. So we were just getting things back up and going, and then we got a little too brave in the ballroom industry, and COVID fixed that. So.
Chriselle, and I work with an arts organization, and I would imagine you have the same situation as students. You know, we've had some parents withdraw for the entire year until the whole pandemic smooths over. So we've had a reduction in patronage, as well as, you know, those students that want to attend, they have quarantine issues, and then we have to issue refunds. Has that also been, besides a hard closure, you've probably had to be very flexible in your tuition collection with those that may still be coming. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. That's exactly what's been happening. And it's also, the Paget Cowsies do this because they love this, and they want to give something back to the community. That's why they're so passionate about it. This is not their main source of income, but due to COVID, they have had compromises in those main sources of income as well, and have been impacted financially on the employment side, besides just this studio impact. So that's why, as consultants for them, my husband and I are fighting hard to reduce the costs as much as possible, so that the money that they do have can be spent on a high quality addition to the home to be in compliance with what the zone would require.
I just would like to add to this, Mayor, that I see this issue as twofold. We have the issue of just the issue at hand, and then we have COVID. And that, so, you know, that's the way I came into this, that I've got the issues that are impacting, like Carolyn said, all of us. And I can be compassionate about that. I do have a concern for the lack of attention to details, and this might be a new arena for them, but nonetheless, it's an arena that has certain precautions and cares that need to be taken care of. So I just wanted to make that, you know, I'm cognizant of the fact that this is a difficult time, and for businesses at large, and have several children who have businesses myself, and this is a difficult time.
So if we're amenable to some sort of an extension, what is that timeline of, what's a reasonable
Well, I'm going to
deadline?
come back with a question, and I'm agreeable to giving them some time and to being some flexible. But I'd be looking, how much time does Mike need? To just say we don't want a clock to go until we get a permit, and we're having to do it after hours, and we don't want it to sound like we get to it when we get to it, but that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. And part of, you have to understand, we're not trying to throw anybody in the city under the bus, but the review times from the city side are not under our control. And so I don't know what the workload of the building department is. And so that's why I'm hesitant to commit to a time frame. We can definitely get something into the city within the next couple of weeks for them to review, but how much time that takes them to correspond and get back to us, I can't control that piece. And so that's why I'm asking that it come from the issuance of a building permit. And we're all going to stay as focused as possible on getting this done. I think it's important to remember that there's two sides to every story. And while I disagree with some of the things that Mr. Florence has stated as far as the zoning, that's a past discussion, and tonight we're here to ask for an extension on the deadlines that have been imposed.
So Adam, let me ask the question. If, as a city, can we somehow fast track this to where, you know, we do our due diligence or whatever and turn it around in a speedily manner, and then that way I guess the burden is on them as applicants to prove to the city that if the city owns up and does whatever we need to, then all of a sudden it becomes an issue for them to own up as well. I mean, I don't know if we want to propose that, but I'd like to get this thing done and committed to and resolved, both in the interest of the city and also the applicant. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. Our turnaround time on building permit review is 7 to 10 days when they submit comments. And so if they're not submitting the appropriate information, then we.
It's pretty hard to,
them
yeah.
and say, you need to submit X, Y, or Z. And then if they don't do that and it sits for 3 months, we're not gonna follow up with that. And so that's been the process. It's in their hands to get the permit. And so,
Right.
yes, we can expedite this.
I mean, I'd like to see us, if we need to, handhold this in a way that the city can come back and we can articulate, this is what we've done and just get it resolved. I mean, I don't know if the council feels that way or not, but
I've got full confidence in Mike and our building department. I agree. I think it's very short time and it can be done. I'll throw a number out there of June 30th. I say we give them until June 30th. Is that
Get a building permit?
No. To get it complete?
to get it done?
To have it
Yes,
constructed?
yes.
Done.
Thank you.
Is that too long, Adam?
I mean, that's an entire year. I mean, you can build a brand new house in 4 months. I mean, so, just put that in perspective. And
I agree.
The only concern
You're
that I
saying
would have
June
is-
30th,
is
six,
this-
I'm saying
six and a
June
half-
30th.
yeah, 6.5 months.
The concern is that we are
What was
acknowledging that
last
they
June
do
you
not
approved it,
have
zone change.
health, life, safety issues done, and we are allowing them to continue to operate.
Yeah, liability, right?
I'm concerned about that.
Yeah.
So if 6 months is it, then that's it, but I would not give them another extension. They've had years to complete
That's where I
this.
feel. Adam, I feel that,
I'm passionate about it because I
Well,
feel like we've been
and I'd echo that.
taken to the cleaners.
Because for me personally, this would be a hard deadline, no more extension at this point. And I think Jake's approach of asking for till June 30th is a good date, just because that's more than enough to get it done. And if you can't get it done, I'm sorry, then
Then it's shut
just
down.
Then we pull the
it just doesn't
permit.
work, yeah.
Yeah.
For your consideration, as part of that, I would consider that we revoke their building permit if they do not meet that deadline, or their business license.
Yes,
basically, they're shut down.
Agreed.
agreed.
Yeah.
I want a hard line on that.
Yes.
I threw that number out there, or that date. I'm open. I'm looking for solutions here, with guidance from staff and council.
Yeah.
I'm not tied to that. I just looking for solutions.
And I appreciate whatever staff would recommend, but then I would add, I guess, whatever staff, my gut was whatever staff recommended plus 1 month as my COVID grace there.
Yeah, I'd like to just see a cooperative effort to bring this to resolution, both on the applicant and the city's side, and whatever that number is or deadline is, as long as we're both committed and working together to get it done. There's not this waiting period. It's articulated very clearly. It doesn't meet code, or they're not doing this, or we're not doing that, that it takes place. It doesn't just kind of float. So,
I agree. And I'd also like to state for the record that I feel like our staff is very good at dotting the i's and crossing the t's. If not, we'd have a lot larger agendas, because if this was a systemic problem, and I don't find this to be a systemic problem. Yes, there's probably been a little miscommunication, not said or understood quite the same as it was intended to be, but this is a problem that unfortunately I need to lie back on the feet of the applicants as far as getting this done in the time frame that we are going to establish for them to be able to get done with no more extensions or grace.
Can you make June 30th happen? Sorry, I turned around because it's displayed back here.
Good, that way I can see you too. June 30th is about what we had in mind. I believe we can make that happen, as long as we don't have a really bad winter. It is a small job for a contractor, and it does require some exterior work and excavation of footings. And so there could be some delays that way, but there is definitely a route to getting it complete by June 30th.
Certain-
Go ahead. No, go
Certainly
ahead.
when you excavate this time of year and stuff, you're using the heat blankets and things. It does add a little bit of cost, but you can build year-round in Utah, as you know.
Right. Our problem's been finding a contractor because it isn't a whole building, it's just a small build. And so the people that we've approached and tried to get bids for them, thought we had contracts with, have kind of backed out, you know, that it's such a, anyway, that's our problem. We'll get it figured out.
Okay. I guess we need to articulate or state what that conditions are and see if the council feels comfortable in moving forward with what that
I'll
statement is.
move to approve the request for a building improvement extension as required in ordinance 2020-9-0 with a extension to the date of June 30th, 2021.
Can we add on to that, that if this is not compliant, that their business license will be revoked? And any other suggestions, Mike, to that?
That's our recommendation.
All right.
Willing for that?
Okay to
Is
do
that inherently the case already, or does it need to be?
No,
It needs to be noted.
Have to come back again for another hearing and more discussion. So
Okay.
making it part of this motion is
Okay. How would you recommend? So this is the final extension and business licensing will be forfeited, use of revoked, okay, upon that date.
if the improvements aren't completed on that date.
Okay,
Yeah.
Regardless of
their business will be
weather,
shut down.
yes.
We want to make that very clear.
So that's the motion on the table. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Randy's seconded that. Is there more discussion? Then I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's a unanimous decision, and please, I think our staff will do all in their power to help facilitate this going forward. I sense that they're aware of concerns been voiced by the applicant, and we want to make sure that those concerns kind of go away, that we do everything we can to make sure that we're not in any way slowing the process down. We will be appropriate and immediate to respond. Okay? Thank you. And please let them know that we appreciate their business, but we feel like we're going to try to help them get to the end of the road and get this done. Okay? Thank you.
We can do that. They are listening. The Podjakowskis are online. They just are not speaking.
All right.
Well, we appreciate them. We appreciate what they do for the kids too. I've got a lot of kids in my neighborhood who go up there and they love it. So we appreciate that for sure.
Be safe, okay? Thank
We
you.
will. You can't avoid it forever. We tried really hard, so good luck with the COVID.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10 is a public hearing. Someone want to
I'll
open
motion
it?
to open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion by Jake, a second by Van. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are now in a public hearing on protesting picketing ordinance potential.
Brian, can we turn this over to you?
You betcha. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, this issue's coming before the council. A couple weeks ago, a number of you received an email from a Lindon citizen asking us to look at this type of an ordinance and to consider maybe adopting some regulations of targeted residential picketing. As we're all aware, over this last year, there have been a number of issues that have led to a number of demonstrations throughout the country, throughout the state, and even into Utah County. And there's kind of been a shift in the way these protests have been developing. They're starting to move away from the traditional areas, the public forums of parks and city centers, and they're starting to migrate into residential areas. And as they do that, it's not so much a debate about public discourse, as it is a focus on protesting individuals. We've also seen that it is not just elected officials who choose to, put themselves out there in the public forum. A number of these protests have targeted professionals, advisors and assistants to those public officials. And of course, the family members and the neighbors of these individuals are also getting caught up in those protests. So in response to that, a number of cities, including Salt Lake and Orem, have adopted residential picketing ordinances. Now, these are not particularly new. In 1988, the city of, I believe it was Brooksfield, Wisconsin, adopted an ordinance that said, hey, we're not going to allow any picketing in residential areas. A group of protesters sued them, saying that that was violating their First Amendment rights. But the Supreme Court looked at it and said, no, we're gonna uphold this ordinance because it's a reasonable restriction that balances the First Amendment right against an individual's right to privacy and to enjoyment of their own personal residences. And when you compare those two rights, those competing rights, this ordinance is a legitimate restriction on the time, place, and manner of protest. The Supreme Court said this type of an ordinance doesn't eliminate the First Amendment rights. It just focuses them in an area, allows them still to be exercised. And so the Supreme Court found that that was a valid ordinance. Now, the ordinance that's before you is very, very similar to the one that Orem and Salt Lake have adopted. It's very similar to the ordinance that the Supreme Court reviewed back in 1988 and found to be constitutionally valid. We have also gone to, added a little bit to it to make sure that we're not limiting people's free speech. We make it clear that we're not going to limit anybody's ability to post signs that are otherwise permitted under our sign ordinance. So if you just happen to live next to somebody that you want to, that's a political figure and you don't agree with the position, you have the right to put a sign in your yard. It's not going to take away your right to put a sign in your yard or anything like that. It's just going to restrict picketing and demonstrating in front of a specific home. And it's going to, again, not even eliminate that specifically. It's just going to move it back 100 feet from that residence, create a buffer, in other words. So that's what's been adopted. And that's what we're presenting. That's what's been adopted in Salt Lake and Orem. And that's what we've presented tonight. This is really a policy decision for the council to make. It's a good legal, it's been tested, it's been found to be legal. We just need to decide if this is something that we feel is necessary in the city.
A question, just a couple of them. So 100 feet from the property line, can they protest on somebody's private property? Anybody else?
No, but they can go in on the sidewalk in a public right of way, in our right of way. They can go there on the sidewalk. If there happens to be a park across the street, they can go into the park. So
okay, and then
no, they cannot go on private property.
okay, and then is there anything that prohibits it from impeding traffic flow on a street? Or maybe
Not specifically in this ordinance, but our street ordinances prohibit that. So if there was a protest going on in a street, we would not need this ordinance to be able to ask them to clear the street and to stop blocking traffic.
okay, and then how about on a sidewalk? Can they completely tie up a sidewalk so if somebody else is just walking down, do they have to go out? Or
Right. We can maintain that free access to that sidewalk as well. This is really just trying to create a buffer between that home so that a person who happens to be the target of this particular protest, as they're coming in and out of their residence, this prevents them from being accosted, people crowding around their vehicles, things like that.
Brian?
Yes.
I know this is targeted, specific for picketing. would this be something that'd be similar to like if there was a massive news presence outside of an individual's home, and then you could ask them to clear off the property, similar to that, like if there was a horde of reporters at a particular house,
Yeah,
and would we
Yeah.
be using similar ordinances? That this is just more, to clear the media away from something so people could have their privacy, and that already, I'm assuming we already had ordinances that could be used for something like that?
that again is the public street right of way and the sidewalk right of way. That's how we handle those as well.
Right, and so this is just more pointed to people who are targeted by individuals.
Right.
Or-
Who are it's targeted demonstration and picketing is the language. That's right.
Okay.
But just for clarification, so I think Randy is asking though, if a news crew is standing on the sidewalk in front of someone's house, is that considered
That's not
picketing?
focus of this ordinance.
Correct,
That's,
correct.
that
I'm just
would
trying
be-
to-
If they're blocking the sidewalk,
We had
just
something-
like Van
something
was
there.
saying, we could ask them to make sure that it's not, obstructed.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
using that as a platform to say, don't we already have something similar in that? But this is different because this is a targeted event
Right.
of
Right,
political
and
nature.
that's, when you look in the definitions, we define what picketing actually means and that again, is saying that there's one or more persons who are there, vocally standing, marching with signs, banners, sound amplification, and other devices to bring attention to their opinions. So if a news crew's out there just holding a camera, they're not involved in
Correct.
picketing, so.
Can I ask one more question? Just for clarification then, Brian, if people are moving up and down the street, would they be prohibited from walking in front of the targeted individual's home? If they're on the sidewalk and walking by with a sign?
Right, you were fine with that. Now if your route happens to stop at the end of each piece of their property and you're going back and forth, then you're right in front of their property. It's 100 feet from that property line, but if there's just somebody going past one time, that's not going to violate this ordinance. But
If they do it multiple
they're getting-
times, then you could enforce the ordinance, if they are doing it multiple times.
right, exactly.
So if it's a cul-de-sac and they're circling the cul-de-sac, at one point
That would violate the ordinance, yeah.
Correct. The point is being brought up that it is a sticky situation, but at what point, our ordinance here does not specify that if you circle that cul-de-sac 2 times or 1 3/4 times, at what point does that trigger the fact that we'll then enact this ordinance? We'll use this as a tool to ticket.
That's going to be a case-by-case analysis. And again, it doesn't prohibit people from going past the house, but if it gets to the point that it's clear that this particular residence has been targeted, that's going to violate the ordinance. And again, that's just going to have to be, that's something that a jury will have to determine. And that's not unusual in our ordinances. Intent is a very big part of criminal prosecution, and this is clearly an intent ordinance. So, but again, the Supreme Court has found that this type of thing provides enough protection, but doesn't limit those First Amendment rights to the point that it would violate the Constitution.
And there is the big question. You don't want to tread
Council,
on that.
Van, how do you feel?
I'm in favor of this, and if it had to be tweaked later, it could be tweaked later, but this, I think, is a great way to go.
Randy?
Straw poll, I'd have to say yes, but yes,
Yeah,
with a big old huge exception.
Yep, I'm ready to move forward.
Carolyn?
Yes, I just had a quick question. When you say that this was defensible based on the precedents and it was seen by Supreme Court, was that a state level or
No,
federal?
U.S. Supreme Court.
U.S. Supreme Court,
U.S.
okay.
Supreme Court.
Thank you for that
Justice Sandra
clarification.
Day O'Connor wrote the opinion, and it has been upheld, I believe, twice in other court opinions.
Okay, Mike?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Well, it sounds like it's a no-brainer then.
Can I
So
just
any,
add?
go ahead.
Just real quick, I just wanted to add that I would probably say no, but for Brian's good presentation, that makes me feel much more comfortable about it. I appreciate everything you've done on this, Brian.
No problem.
Do we have any public comment? Online? What are you doing, Heath?
We seen anything at all? Adam?
You say anything?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second, a motion by Van, a second by Randy. Call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, council, you can take action if you,
I'll move
okay?
to approve ordinance 2020-17-0 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Jake, a second by Van. Any further discussion? We'll call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, Brian, for your work, and let's hope we never have to use it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, item number 11 is review and action on new aquatic center slide cost increase. You want to make it a toll slide, right? So we can recoup some of the cost? So how did the, give us, well, I know it's not on the agenda, but how did it go tonight?
I don't know, I was watching the Zoom meeting, waiting for my turn,
Oh,
so,
here.
Sorry.
yeah, that's all right, it was, I didn't know, what it was gonna turn out to be like anyway for time, so.
Yeah.
But it was, there was a lot of people out there,
Yeah,
wanted to
that's-
see Santa start, so it was good, I think if nobody froze to death,
It's pretty cold out there, isn't
yeah,
it?
I
Yeah.
think it was
Going
good.
out to Fieldstone and Ivory. I didn't
We
see all-
didn't this
yeah,
time.
I didn't think, I just didn't.
Yeah.
know there was an
Poor
additional
Santa
amount.
would, he thought the North
Santa,
Pole was
that's cool,
closed.
but I did see the float, and that thing's awesome.
We got lucky, I was supposed to be Santa tonight, thank you for sending me to council meeting, that was great.
Well, tell us what we need to do to help you
Listen,
get a slide.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for even really entertaining. I mean, the price has moved 3 or 4 times on us, and I'm not so sure I know personally when it's too much, enough is enough, so I'm here for direction on this. In that packet that you received, I wanted to include all the concepts that we talked about so you would understand the pictures of what we were talking about, where it leaves off of the current Huck's hideout and it goes upstairs, makes a turn, goes upstairs, and then the entryway is actually higher than the Huck's hideout roof, so it gives you an idea of.
Did you put a picture of Van in that picture on purpose to sway the vote, or?
The guy in the Speedo, or?
Yeah.
No, but these are the concepts that came from our hired consultant, VCBO, who originally built the pool in the first place. So those are some of the concepts that we were talking about, although they are concepts, especially that one. That kind of shows how it was planned. So if you had a chance to look, Adam, if you'll go just to the next slide, if you had a chance to look, there is an addition that was needed that did increase the price of the slide. And you'll see at the very bottom there, that run out needed more footage, and then it needed to turn so the water can dump back into the river. To not require us to put in new pumps and new pool, really it would be a new pool requirement unless we recirculated it. And we're pretty confident that the health department will buy off on this plan, because generally speaking, you have to have, each body of water has to be separate, and that would be considered separate, but we've got the ability to use some of our stuff now, pumps inside the pump house that will feed it, and then if it goes back in, it will recirculate. So the Splashtacular is the company that was the least expensive slide option that we had. And Splashtacular has a bid price of $222,985, and that, if you saw the next slide there, Adam, that excludes the concrete installation, footings, foundation, grounding wires, and hooking up the water, you know, the piping and everything. That's just for the slide installed, okay? So we thought 300,000, which you graciously approved last time, was right where we needed to be, and we received a bid back of $100,000 more for the footing foundation and plumbing, wiring, electrical. That's the CEM price. They're kind of the company you hire to do this sort of thing if you want to do it in state.
They're great at building pools too.
They build a lot of pools. So, if you'll look at the next page, yeah, right there. Yeah. What we did is when we met with Tom from Water Design, who designs the pools, and Brent Tippett from VCBO, we discussed a few of the things that we'd like to see, and we just called those add-ons to the base price. And so on that list, powder-coated finish, 11,000, translucent fiberglass bands, 3,000, a fabric canopy roof over the top of the slide, 2,700, the lookout tower standing seam roof, which would match Huck's Hideout. So this is a hard roof, 19,005, and then galvanized steel themed tree supports, which is, if you remember the big whole panorama slide on that, page one, couple of pages, yeah, that one. Those are not even the trees. Those are the tree supports, okay? So that's something that I look at and kind of giggle at. But it depends on, I wish they were live trees. Maybe I don't wish they were live trees.
Let's make them cell towers, and
There
then
you
we
go.
can get
Get
some
some
money,
revenue.
yeah.
So,
Float that idea to somebody, you know?
it'll be tall enough, I'm sure. It'll be up there. So here's where we're at. And if the next slides, you can see the powder coat finish. The alternative to $11,000 powder coat is galvanized. It'll just be galvanized steel.
And these are the structural
These are
parts,
the
structural steel,
pipes.
if you will, that's holding it up.
And don't get hung up on the color of the slide either. It could be yellow or blue or whatever the council would support. The next slide are the $3,000 translucent fiberglass bands. And that is that means that those bands see the sunlight. So if you had a chance to click on that video example of what there's in there, it's another element. It's a visual element when you're inside of the tube.
Yeah.
We did not talk about a translucent section, which is on the right-hand side, but that could be added in at the same deal. The fabric canopy is the next slide down. We put in the parks canopy to show you. For $2,700, we could get a fabric one. The lookout tower standing seam roof, of course, is the next slide. I just wanted to show.
Without either one of those, is it just nothing?
It is just nothing. Yeah, just the top of the slide with the rail.
What are the wait times? What are you anticipating wait times?
This slide is a rated 23 to 25 mile an hour slide with well, the run out looks pretty long, but they estimate the slide out will be less than 15 feet. So I think you're only going to be waiting for less than 45 seconds to ride.
Between each person?
Between each person.
Something else that I've noticed
All right.
in our current Huck hideout, because the western sun is so low throughout the afternoon, the canopy, like if you're thinking of shading for the guards are never in the shade, even though
Yes.
they're right on the edge.
That
So
is a good
the shade
point.
gets cast quite a distance back.
We had him cantilever off that roof in his plan. You can see how he's extended that roof because those guys at the top of the slide now, they're in the sun from 2:30 on till close. Yes, so that was in a consideration too. So that brings us, and then the next one is the tree supports for the trees. Those are, the trees are a nice element for theming. But really, most of those things, except for the translucent bands, are theming. How much do we want to make the park look right? Right's the right word.
Inviting,
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
know,
theming
but-
towards our current
yeah.
theme, which I'll bet you the previous council spent a lot of money on theming ideas, just what they did with signs and colors and wood. So that brings us down to the next page. And I have to admit, I was hoping to stay, I thought $300,000 was a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but I was really conscientious of that when we're talking about it. With all the add-ins, the estimate is 367 plus, well, let's go down to that next page, just so I don't run it, because the bottom of that, we did not plan in the planner's money. So on the budgeted page, we had 150 RDA, 150,000 budgeted, 150,000 budgeted from park tax. We need to pay, although we have not encumbered any money, in case we decide to cancel it. VCBO has been really good to us. He did all that stuff just kind of, when we said, wait, I don't have that much money. He said, okay, stop. I'm not billing you for anything. But it's a $28,800 plan, and to be the general contractor on it. And then the options you can see there below. So option number 1 is everything. 367 plus 28.8 is an additional $96,780.
Can I go back to the VCBO water design? Is that 2 different entities?
Yeah, what happens, we kind of put the cart before the horse. We went to water design to Tom Anderson, who designs most of the pools in Utah, and we got him working on it, and he says, okay, I think this might work. Let's go to the guy who usually hires me. So it's really VCBO. They pay Tom Anderson. So yeah, really, it's really just VCBO, but Tom has been working on it and is under contract with them to design the pool aspect of it and the plumbing aspect of it. So it's all
That's a
VCBO.
design yet to happen completely.
Correct.
And then Splashtacular, do they adjust their bid based off of what those plans come back as?
Yeah, if you really want to know, we're at that point. That's why I put Tom's company on there. The design that we design now, that I'm proposing, is done. It's ready to be put into forms and used, unless we wanted to change it.
That's the 28.8.
Yeah, that's same money. So that's the same money for the plan. The other, so we planned it, Tom planned it with the water design planned it with Splashtacular, and this was the plan they came up with, really almost kind of pro bono, just to see if we could get a budget number for it. But it's pretty much where it would need to be, unless the council felt like we needed to shorten it and save some money. It's footage, right? Footage is gonna be a big expense. Length, and we wanted a slide that was different than what we had, a different element. This is rated as a speed slide.
What's the height on it again? What's the height on it again? At the top, where the run comes out?
30 feet, is it 40?
It's 32.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember exactly. I think it's right at, look at let's go back to that first one with the schematic on there, Adam. Does that one?
This one?
Yeah, on,
Height here on your page.
yeah, it's 34,
145.
30 feet plus 4 inches,
Okay,
just off the top of the slide, so just over 30 feet.
okay. Thank you.
In,
Is there anything that's comparable in any of the city parks in the county? City water?
I walked over to Pleasant Grove and looked at their slides, and they're pretty similar. I didn't drop a tape, and I certainly could, but
I'm just curious.
they suggested that I go, well, actually, the slide guys who are maintaining our slides says, well, I can tell you what the price would be. It's pretty close to what they have in height at Pleasant Grove, so I've been over and saw those.
And what's the age on that slide? Is that the one that's been there since the 90s?
Yeah, the tall one, the tall separate tower
yeah.
with the 2 slides off of it.
Yeah.
What's been the injuries? What's been, as far as people that utilize the slide, what's PG said about their usage?
Their only complaint to me has always been the same. It costs money to refinish 2 slides. Never an injury or never a fall. The treads, sometimes on the steps, are resting knee-high. Their indoor water slide that goes inside, they had to replace their whole step encase because of the chlorine air, and it rusted, and they went to a Trex, a different material, and I think theirs was galvanized to start, but it rusts out in that humid, hot air. But I've never heard anybody say anything over there about injuries or accidents. Okay, so if we go past that page 154, Adam, past the prices, I'm sorry, on 154, where all the real actual prices are, you can see what we need to add. If we take option 2, which is in my opinion, a good option. It's the slide, right? Let's get the element in for at least expensive as we can. That's still gonna be $58,000 more. Now, they did warn me that the estimate they received back for installation was an estimate. We walked the pool with them. They walked around with Alex and Alan, and they decided how they were gonna do it. Well, it's gonna cost us $102,000. But I can't get them to put a pin on it to say, well, it's gonna be less than that. So we better figure that it would be at least that much. Number 3 option is if we put in basically what we have, which is another slide, but not elevated. It's about where we expected to be.
Can I ask you on that installation cost? So they're only going to give you an installation estimate. They're not going to give you a firm bid on that?
Yeah, maybe I should have said the footings and foundation. The slide installation is set in the price from Splashtacular.
Okay.
CEM's price, we would require them to come up with a full bid, but we're so far over budget that I just said, stop until I can get some direction.
Okay, thank you.
But even VCBO said, man, that seems high.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean when we ask them to bid it, they know they kind of they're the only game in town. I mean, really, so.
You know, where VCBO, they were the original ones on this pool, is there where we're coming back and asking for additions to it? Is there any consideration? I mean, I don't know, maybe that's just asking too much. I mean, I'm not saying they have to cut their price, but you think if you were a continuing client that maybe there's a discount that would be provided? I don't know.
But Brent Tippett builds most of the rec centers around. VCBO does a lot of them. And I am not afraid to ask him what his best price is.
I'm not trying to shortchange him, but we spent a lot of money on this pool.
That's just on the 28.8 though, right?
28.8,
Well,
correct.
That's
Every little bit
VCBO.
can help.
I mean, CEM is the 106 installation, right?
Yeah, and we did not hard bid that out. If you wanna get a real popular builder like that from Colorado, it's the owner of CEM's brother, and it's called CEM Colorado. So they're still kind of in the family, but we could really put a bid out hard and see if we can find somebody that could come in here and do what we need, footings, foundation, and plumbing, and all this stuff for electrical, for
You
glass.
can play the COVID card, we're trying to create something that people can get back to, I don't know, I'm not, who knows? I mean, contractors, they always build money in there that just depends on how much they wanna make, so.
I do feel like he did us a great favor, meeting with us for free and starting the process and although that's probably an hour on the computer for him making a concept. And then when Adam and I spoke, I texted him and said, how much are we already encumbered? He says, not a dime. You asked me to stop, we can stop the project. So I thought that was pretty, because he's been with us several in-person meetings. And
Well, council, what do you wanna do? I mean, it's just money, right?
What's your proposed funding if you do the additional?
if we do the additional, I still want to see how healthy the RDA is in the park tax. Split it. I don't have plans on hitting and I don't know what the RDA is. This is a big hit on the park tax, but it's still doing well. There hasn't been a downcline in that. And Adam, maybe you know better. I did not have a chance to talk with Kristen
We have
about it.
sufficient in both of those funds if you split this additional 58,000. But I would throw in that, I mean, these are the exact estimates and there's no contingency. And so if you're considering at all approval of an increase on this, give us a little bit higher limit to play with.
Right.
So that,
I mean, I think if we're gonna do it, we ought to do it, I mean, I don't know.
let's finish your slides, Heath.
Yes.
Well, I wanted, because you've discussed it, how firm is that 45 second between person to person?
It's not. it's not
Because
fair.
if you've got 20 people in line,
That's a
it's a
long wait.
15-minute wait, which in my opinion, says you just killed the,
The fun part of it.
yeah, it's,
Yeah.
On a
and that's
highway.
when it's brand new, it's gonna be a lot more than 20.
We asked the engineers at Splashtacular the speed. That number is just what Alan and I figured. We did not really put a pen to it or get some professional opinion on that.
So
And I'm
are you-
happy to do that.
I would think they should be, I would hope they could
I
provide
think,
that.
I would agree.
So do you have to have, are you estimating that they have to be out of the bottom portion before you even send the next rider? You don't stack them like once it's halfway down or?
Because it's a tube, we can't see until the exit. And so when they hit the exit and the guard stands them up, we're sending the next one. So I don't know. That's a
Maybe
great
more
question, man. And I can find that out and text that in a minute to you guys, because we figured just counting, it was 23 miles an hour, it's 380 feet. Maybe it would be under a minute per rider. But you're right, it's probably faster than that.
Anyway, I would like to know, because it just,
Spend all that money and you're waiting 45 minutes to get through, that might
Agreed.
not be good.
So, again, my recommendation was option 2, but let's look at this last slide here. There are some additional maintenance costs, and one of them is a pretty big one. It's gel coating and painting. It's about every 7 to 8 years, because it won't need to be done, and that's big money. Like the one out here, we've had some trouble with it, but we went 8 years without gel coating that one, and the edges didn't break, but it was looking pretty dingy. But that was, it's big money. When it's a slide enclosed and it doesn't have the UV hitting it, it can go a little bit longer, but we're still looking at $12,000 to $15,000 every 7 to 8 years to have it refinished. And then there's some pump maintenance, 7 to 10 years, some motor maintenance, 7 to 10 years. And then there is an additional position for a guard. This steps us into a different area of amusement, and it has to be a certified guard. When now we just have a not even a lifeguard. Sometimes on the small side, we just have a concessionaire or someone that's needs a break away from the food to sit there and set them down. But there's another cost. It's it's $10,000 a year for another being paid person that's there. So there are some additional costs. So which made me start waffling, what do we want to do? Is the theming really worth it? And, you all know that we get major compliments from just the view of it and what you all did in the past in building it. It's a beautiful, beautiful park. We've got, thanks to COVID, knock on wood, there's some beautiful new shade structures that are in now, that'll help the people spread out. We got a new fence around the front side for more grass for people to sit on. So it's not like we're neglecting the pool. We've been very, very, very blessed on this. The rule of thumb for amusement is every 5 to 7 years, you want to recycle people with new ideas. So I'm very cognizant of this money, and thank heavens for the park tax in any way you look at it. But we also might be able to have a good signature item for the park tax here and say, look, that's part of what you're paying for when we renew that in 2 years, 3 years.
just
And
another
along-
question, to powder coat, an upgrade of 11,000, how often are you gonna have to repaint the structure if it's not powder coated, the structural?
Well, if it's galvanized, we won't. We'll just have to treat rust, apparently. So if it's powder coated, it could last 20, 30 years. That's what the engineers told me.
And then you have to replace the structural components?
No, I think,
Sandblasted, or what do you do?
yeah, I think if you do, you can refinish them. Take it apart and refinish them. Down at the base and at the top, it'll
Probably your points
rust.
of- yeah.
The treads, they're not nearly as worried about this being wet and needing to rust very much. We replaced the concrete treads at the pool after 5 years out here because they fractured and froze and broke. And those were concrete, so they don't really give me warning about the staircase, which is gonna be wet, but it's the top and then the bottom where the bolts are.
Carolyn, do you have a question?
I do. I think a slide like that would be just tons of fun. It would be amazing. Couple things come to my mind. So tomorrow night, Heath, you're leading out an arena committee that is looking at, shall we or could we improve the arena or put some sort of amenity there to preserve, certain activities for that as well. There's a lot of investment already in our pool. It's wonderful. There's also been discussion tonight prior to you coming that, we might have to try to make some moves potentially, if we want to, on 700 North to create a town center plaza. And so I'm kind of looking at these funds as kind of precious potentially right now if we have some other priorities that are a little bit more urgent. And certainly it sounds like from what you're saying that, you're not married, that this slide has to go in now or, but anyway, that's just my thoughts is, we have a couple other things and I don't know how healthy that park tax fund is for potentially these other concepts that might be before us in this next year.
Yeah, and those are great thoughts and thoughts that we had. I met with Adam for 30 minutes and he pointed out some great things about the best use of the money for the residents. It seems like the pool gets the cash cow and it does. And we're hoping to keep it new and fresh and make some revenue. Seems like we spend a lot before we ever can get to the making positive point. But yeah, I'm looking at that too, Carolyn, to certainly see where those park tax funds can be renewed or reused used before they need to be renewed, I should say. So that direction, if we decide not to fund that tonight, we'll go after something else. We'll try to do the best bang for our buck, for sure. Do I have an opinion either way? Not really. I'm kind of the big thinker, and then we'll do what we decide to do as a group or what you ask me to do.
From a strategic business decision, we want bang for our buck, something that's really going to get people excited about voting in the park tax round 2 in 3 years from now. In your professional opinion, is this the right choice on that? Is this, or are there other amenities you could put in for $300,000-$400,000 that would create more excitement? You've been in recreation your whole life. What's your thoughts?
Well, this is probably the best thing at that price point. We could make a lot of people a lot more happy permanently if we extended the lap pool to 12 feet and to put diving boards in. I mean, that seems to be the number one thing people ask for is deep water and diving boards. That would be a project and a half. In fact, Alan and I were brainstorming 2 years ago, and he said, well, let's just take, when the flow rider was having all those problems, let's just take the flow rider and let's just make it a diving pool or a jumping pool. It's deep enough. Let's just take all the guts out of it. We'll just make it a deep jumping pool. We were looking at things like that. What amazes me is just how expensive this stuff is. When we're talking about a playground that's really rated for 10 years in a park at $80,000, $90,000, I mean, that stuff is just overwhelmingly expensive. I thought we could do it at $300,000, and I still think that would be worth it to the park. But we even investigated a splash pad in there, and VCBO came back and said, don't do it. And I said, why? He says, because people will not come to the park and pay money to go to the splash pad, even though there's a flow rider and pool, when they can go down the road for free. The splash pad people will go find the free splash pad. And I was really thankful for that. A couple of years ago, we discussed that, putting in a splash pad. Like Carolyn said, an arena is going to serve a specific group. Updates to just the current arena, which is one of the things we're talking about, will help the horse people. Maybe even we can get some events in there. Other parks, amenities, new park property might be a good thing, but our parks, as you saw in the master plan, we offer a lot to the residents of Lindon. I don't want to spend frivolously, but we can't think of another thing that's worth it for this price point, even at $400,000.
I have a question. Do we anticipate rate increases for entrance into the park?
We have discussed upping the,
With
we
this.
still think the pool prices, the party prices are cheap, too cheap. We've discussed that. We've discussed maybe leaving the resident rate where it is and maybe hitting those non-residents with another $1 to try to
And we have a
be
lot of
equalizing.
non-residents.
The hard part about it is it's gonna be hard to tell when a break-even point on this happens. We put the lights in, our parties did go up, it made it more available, and then COVID year,
hit,
it's
yeah.
gonna be hard to say when the payback on that is really gonna be. It'll be tough to say the new slide is paid back in 5 years, or 4 years, or 8 years, just because of the gate, the way people come in the gate for the different reasons. But we want to keep it maxim. We want the people to be maximized. We want people to be in it all the time. And in that case, thank heavens for the non-residents who pay the bills. It's a lot more non-residents that come than, comparatively speaking, for our residents here.
You know, our swim season next year is probably coinciding when vaccination should really have somehow, you know, run its course, and, you know, people hopefully will feel safe, and so, you know, the timing of that is pretty consistent with maybe what the pool season will be next year, so that's a plus possibly. I had a question on what is the weight capacity or rating for that slide. I'm just wondering, am I going to be able to go down it or not?
No.
Not that I would, but
There is.
rating on that, I assume there is.
I didn't read one.
Okay.
But that's, I mean,
That's a personal note.
I was hoping to write it.
Okay.
I think
Probably a
that
similar height requirement to
Yeah.
the other ones coming out.
they'll have to have a
outside
swim
out there.
test to write it, and was that, Alan, did you walk in? Do you remember what Tom said about a height or age requirement on that?
It's the normal, like, 4.5 feet.
Yeah, be the same, 45 inches or whatever it is, 42
But
inches.
Disneyland kind of a thing, yeah.
A question on capacity at the pool overall, non-COVID, just throw that up. Do we reach our capacity from time to time, and does this increase our capacity?
Surprisingly, during COVID, I'll mention this, we were full a lot. And we had a reduced capacity at the pool, 725 is where we figured with the deck measurement that we could be. And we were full a lot more than I thought. So yes, what we're hoping to do is get the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to equal the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And so I think it will. I think we'll have more visits, more people coming in.
Do we have again, not COVID years, is there a capacity, the number of people we will allow into our pool?
There is. It's 1,100.
Okay, and how often do we hit that?
I think maybe less than 10 days
Yeah, regular season.
in a regular season.
10 to 15.
Yeah.
Okay, and does this increase our capacity or?
No, it does not. However, we would have, with our new grass out there, we will have a more increased capacity, but it's really determined on the water. When there's, we can have 1,500 in there if they're not all in the water. But once you can't guard the water, that's what really drives your capacity. We figure we're safe at 1,100 or sometimes 1,200 if it's a real sunny day and people are sunbathing. But this will not increase our.
That's a self-imposed limit
is.
based on good practice.
Coverage.
There are pool maximums for size that the health department gives you, and that's just for their number for their permits. But that's our self-imposed limit where we don't feel safe guarding the pool with more than that many people.
So I think a follow-up to that, if we've hit it 10 to 15 times, hitting our capacity, with the addition of a slide, would you anticipate that would drive our numbers to hit that capacity more frequently or not? Do you think that addition is a draw?
I absolutely do. I think that we'll be fuller more often.
Okay.
So the 45 days, so what's our season, Alan? 50?
72
Se-
is 12 to 15 weeks, depending
Yeah.
on.
The school schedule. 15 days, there's room for us to grow and have more people come paint the pool.
And are we gonna have a hot summer this next summer or not, you know?
Can we do that in writing as well?
Yeah, that's right.
Do they have any projections for you with this type, the people that sell the pool, when we've done the slide, I mean, when they've done this in the past, pool ridership has increased. You know, the first year it's in, it goes up this percent and it probably drops down or whatever. Are there any projections like that,
You know,
for
Van,
revenue?
we really haven't pressed those guys like the other answer, which I think is way valuable, the ride turnover speed, you know, how often we can ride it. But they do say that they've warned us already that it's gonna be hard to quantify how many more people come to ride that slide rather than just to the park to play. But they do say that it will increase, but I think that's worth asking too. I really do. I think what is your projections for new people? I think it dies over 3 years, 3 to 5. But I think the first couple of years, you know, it would be booming.
I mean, once we put it in, we can track what we've done to what is
Like the
happening.
ridership.
Sure. But it's just to see if they have those numbers for, they should if they don't.
Yeah.
There's so many variables, though. I mean, it's weather, it's
Weather's the big
if
one.
there's rentals or not, it's if it's open or not, if it's, there's, I mean, as Heath has talked about, kind of his year-end aquatic center report, we're hovering between 55 and 65,000 through the gate every year, from very beginning to current. I mean, it's stayed pretty constant, and that's with adding lights or adding the little lily pad things. It's adding shade structures. We're making adjustments, but are we really able to quantify? Because we put in X, Y, and Z, we added 5,000 new people through the gate. I don't know that we could pin that on one thing. I'm just giving you my opinion, but
Yeah.
the other side of the aquatic center, we're at the age where we have substantial maintenance costs annually. So $50,000 to $100,000 is not unreasonable to consider every year that you've got to put into this pool just to keep it operable. And so
It's hard to.
when you look at, okay, we're not even making enough to pay our employees in revenues. It's completely subsidized. And then you have a $600,000 bond payment every year on top of that. My advice is don't look at this as can we make a profit, because my gut feeling is this will never make a profit.
Yeah.
And so if that's your goal, is let's add an amenity so that we can make a profit, I don't see that ever happening. I'm
Or
just throwing
keeping it
out my,
vibrant, keeping it
that would be more the
pleasurable.
thing. And so
I agree with that,
is
yeah.
a $350,000 to $400,000 investment appropriate to keep it vibrant? That's maybe more the question.
When's the bond paid off?
80 years.
When I think it's
2045, is it?
it's after I retire. So
Oh,
to put that in
baby.
perspective, I'd have to look that up, but I think it's got another. I want to say we refinanced, so we got a lower rate, but it extended the years out, and so I think it's got another 15 or so years.
Okay. Well, council, what do you want to do?
Alan, what do you think, man? Give us your quick.
You know my feelings. I love the pool. You know, if it can recycle some people, great, but I'm all about it. So you have another 15 years in you to be there? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
totally.
You love it that much?
There you go, yeah. Do I have to sign something?
Well, I think that's the question I was asking on driving people through the gate is important to manage expectations. So that if this amenity of the slide is just to keep our ridership or people coming the same, that's an important thing to know, and that if you don't do it, you're gonna be losing numbers. And that if putting this in isn't really gonna drive your revenue. I mean, I hope it would do some, but you're right, there's nothing about this pool that, a good year is that, a good year is we cover maintenance and we don't ever make the mortgage payment.
Right. In fact, I completely agree with that, Van. I think that that I have a colleague, just quickly, I have a colleague that was got hired in a Texas city that had a city water park, and he was getting subsidized $100,000 a year, and the council wanted to cancel or shut it down, and he said, wait, give me 5 years and give me what you subsidized and that same amount to me in capital. And in 5 years, it became one of the best around, and he got a great job off of that. And the reason Dan quotes, is his biggest point was recycling people. More people came, and steadier, heavier crowds came. And he got them at the concession stand, and he got them, in punch passes and that kind of thing. So that's the kind of where we've been shooting for. We would not put it in because it's a neat thing. Not that much money. We've been looking at so many different options, the splash pad and different diving board ways, and a new toy instead of the pirate ship. We've looked at a lot of different ideas. It's just really unfortunate that that the price really went up. I felt pretty good about $300,000, and my feelings to you guys is we will press to make the pool successful with or without it. But I would really, it'd be a nice amenity to add in a gap area. It is a gap area that we don't have at the pool.
I do have a question, and that would be that anybody here can use a crystal ball to decide whether the pool industry is in any way similar to the construction industry, where there's no lull in the construction industry. But is there a lull because of COVID and maybe cities or big entities not putting these things in? Maybe there's a little bit of a slump, and that might make this more appealing, that we're willing to purchase, and some sort of a concession on price, as the mayor has alluded to earlier, that, or as the pool industry, or
I can answer a part of that.
Okay.
Our area in government and throughout the world in recreation, outdoor recreation is booming.
Okay.
And growing significantly. And, truthfully, it's probably always been going this way, but more so to free, to cheap or free. And we did do some different prices from different slide companies, and these guys were punching out slides faster than they knew what to do with. They put us off a long way just in development. So I think it is growing significantly.
That answered that question. Thank
People
you.
are still building pools, and CEM builds rec centers and pools all over the world.
I know
right now.
residentially they've gone through the roof, but
Yeah,
I didn't
and I
know
think the
that.
prices have risen. I
yes.
wish they would have dropped, but.
Thank you.
So again, I hate to come at you with a bunch of stuff and start looking for an answer. I guess the question is do we want to go further, and if so, how far? Unemotionally attached, Alan and I will just, we'll find something else to do with park tax and with the RDA, which is a great another blessing that pool sits in the RDA. If we want to make a reach out here and take another big investment at the pool, we'll push it and push it and push it and try to get people in.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to another money question. Sorry if you were getting ready to go. Will this generate 13,000 more a year?
Dollars?
Because that's our maintenance, that's our operating cost. If we take out the mortgage again and do it, just doing from what your projections are, if it's gonna cost us 13 grand a year after it's
To
done.
maintain it?
Yeah, and just staff.
I'm not comfortable saying it will. I'm just not, we anticipate more people through the gate, but for me to be able to say $13,000 worth came to ride our slide, might be lofty.
What's the admission right now? $5.50?
$4.50 for, for residents,
and Lindon residents, $5.50 for
$5.50 for non-residents.
So it would need to bring in 2,600 more people a
Well,
year.
yeah, that's about the number we get just for flow rider passes. That's what we get for the people just coming to ride the flow rider at that $10 price point.
It's a hard one, guys.
2,600 bucks versus, now I guess there is another option. Always an option is put on the brakes and wait and let's see how things go. We could save some park tax, earmark 50,000 more and watch what we do and add to it and start this process in the fall or September.
How long did it take to fill this park tank?
It's been, there's always been a
Been very healthy.
yeah, pretty good contingency in there of money, and then some things I did budget for, I wasn't able to do or didn't need to do yet, so some money's been rolling in there. It's been pretty healthy.
If we pull the trigger on this, how long before we get another 100 or 200,000 in that pot?
I don't think it'll be long.
We're getting in over, I wanna say over 450,000 every year in park tax.
Okay, so a
Is
bit.
the number that sticks in my mind, but.
So Heath, maybe the approach, and not that you need to do this or the council wants to, but maybe you can go back and say, well, the council's excited about it, it's just the cost, they just can't seem to feel that the timing's right. And get back with us when, if you see it start to trend downwards, maybe we can reconsider it. But the cost is maybe a little bit more than what we anticipated. You originally budgeted 300, it's close to 100,000 over that when
Yeah, be
you
100.
consider everything. And if you ever have a lull, which you may never have, I don't know, I'm just throwing out thoughts here.
Let me just give you a little piece on that. They already raised the slide $50,000. This is our second time they've raised it.
Yeah.
And we're making them stay to their second bid. So I don't know if unless there's a collapse in the economy or something, they have all but said, and I guess a business would say this anyway, that it's going to go up.
That's
Prices
exactly
are gonna
what you
go up.
say,
Yeah,
because you want them
right.
to buy now.
Right.
That may be true.
And we're small potatoes to some of the things that they're building, but and some of these big parks that they fund and build new slides for, replacement slides for. But whatever the council would like on that, I'm
Maybe we
willing
can
to.
approach doTERRA and say, we could call it the doTERRA slide, and if they could dump in 50,000 or
Stranger
whatever.
things have happened, Mayor. I've
We could do that, couldn't we, Adam? I mean,
We tried to do that with the aquatics flow rider and didn't really get
Yeah.
any bites, but we invited a few businesses to
what we do is we give them an annual pass for one party a year. Something that incents them to make that commitment.
Show it off.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to slap a great big.
Let me reach
Sign.
out to someone I know at doTERRA and just see if they would entertain that idea.
There is one other thing that it's not a big, huge piece, but it's the reason I'm for you here tonight. Maybe this will help you make your final decision. If we want this slide in before Memorial Day, the decision has to be made by Wednesday and a PO has to be signed. That's the timeline they've given us to have it completed and in. So that deadline can go, but we would be either,
To next year.
it's gonna go to next year. And that's not Alan's fault or my fault, that's this negotiation, and we started clear back in October or earlier than that, working with this, but we asked them for a firm deadline, and they said, well, basically by next Wednesday, we'll sign a paper saying we'll have it in by next Wednesday. So that needs to be considered. If you don't feel comfortable pulling the trigger tonight, then we're shooting it down the road. So we're looking for the whole Magilla, an extra $100,000, and then 60,000 or 50,000
Yeah.
for just the slide, and albeit it's in there, it's usable, it's runnable, but none of some of the other amenities. So
Okay, council, let's make a decision or give some direction.
I'm not opposed, I'm sorry, Mayor, I just stepped on what you just asked them, but I'm not
Oh,
opposed
that's
to
fine.
going out and hunting for some money and contacting some of these businesses that might IHC has been real good to us. I don't know how that fits in there. You break your leg, come to us or whatever. I don't know how that fits, but
Well, they're all about,
Dangerous.
they're all about, well, IHC is all about the quality of life.
Right.
And, swimming enhances that, but that might be a stretch. I think we need to decide as a council, is it an expenditure that we can support, and if not, that's okay,
So when I'm doing that, I'm just throwing out, make sure that we understand
Yeah.
what we're voting for. And with the funding, with the park tax and with RDA, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with that expenditure. But I wanted to make sure everybody says we're buying, we are increasing by pretty close to 13 grand a year to our pool costs.
yeah, and it would be,
Based on your numbers.
yeah, it would be within, I would say $13,000 every 4 years if you wanted to use an average. Because it's gonna be, the slide will need to be redone every,
Well, that's what I did. I broke those
oh,
down by
did
like
you?
8 years.
Worked it back?
Put
Yeah.
the cost, divided it
Right.
by 8 or whatever, and then added the,
Yeah, so that's the money we better have on hand.
yes, that's
Right.
what we're going to, that's what you're going to need every year after, if we approve
So,
this.
Heath, help me understand, what do you charge for a corporate event? And what's the limited number of people that could come?
$500 for a party per hour.
So if they did, 4 hours?
Yeah.
Would they do that?
Most of the
That's
parties are,
2,000.
we do 3-hour parties, and so it's $1,500.
$1,500. So if I'm asking for 50 to 100,000, that's a 10-year commitment at least for doTERRA to have that option. Is that,
Yeah, I mean, that's a good trade, in my opinion.
okay. I'm just trying to see how I can negotiate and
Yeah.
sweeten the deal, where we get the money and yet we're giving up a night once a year, which,
Yeah, I think in trade like that, it's easy money for us to justify and use. Most of the time, those parties will use our concessions. Not most of the time, but often they will, and
yeah.
so it's
That
not a,
elevator over at the PG library, which I know was,
No, the money's there. It's just whether we can convince them that this, and I think, from an employee benefit, that's something that they may value, so.
yeah.
I'll give a quick call and see. But it's up to you, council, what you wanna do.
what are you thinking, Randy?
I like the idea, I like the funness, I like those kind of things a lot. I love our pool staff, I love our park and rec staff, I love our park tax. I just have to think, I worry about the operations and maintenance and I just worry about that. One of the things I would get the most campaigning over the years is the heavy debt that this bond has created, the heaviness it's created on the city. It's a great amenity. It's a really it's a big two-edged sword for me. This time of year, I lament the fact that that our city doesn't have much of an identity at the holidays. And the fact that I wasn't able to participate on some small level with this tonight, I have to wonder how much a portion of this could be used to have us have a month-long identity for citizens of all shapes, sizes, ages, not just the ones who walk into the water park. So I guess I have to wonder how we can take these funds and use them perhaps in a different way. I definitely don't want to be one that pours cold water on a water amenity.
No pun intended,
Yeah.
right?
But I guess if this is to come to a vote, I would be voting no tonight for those reasons.
I'm going to throw in a caveat. I would really like to know from them that ride time that you said you would look into it.
Alan just texted the guy, and he said it was 9 seconds.
Yeah, so.
Ride time is 9 seconds.
Yeah.
See, that's a huge deal
That's
to me.
significantly faster.
That's what I was thinking. Looking at the length of it, it seems like you would be able to pump kids through that pretty quick.
9 seconds.
Significantly faster.
25 miles per hour. Okay,
Yeah, I appreciate everything that's been said today, all the research, all that's been done. I have been so on the fence since Adam and Heath called me a week ago. I've just been so on the fence about this one, back and forth, back and forth. As I look, I think, I hear that all the time too on the pool, on that large debt. And so throwing more money at the pool sometimes concerns me. I look at the source of funding, having it there, bang for the buck. We know from a business strategy standpoint that as a pool, something we've put $12 million into, we need to protect that investment. I don't know that there's a better way to protect that investment by investing $400,000, which is a lot. That really concerns me. But even tonight I've been back and forth on both sides, but I think I am in favor of it. I think I'm okay to move forward if we were to have a vote. But really recognize everything that's been said and could go on either side of the fence. But I would be comfortable. Just I think that when you think about bang for the buck, the cash that we have there, I don't know where else it could be spent to get that same reaction, that same excitement, same revenue potential. I mean, revenue potential. This will drive people to the pool. I believe that this will create revenue versus a park will never create a revenue. You know what I mean? And so it does have a potential, although it won't pay for itself, but it is creating a revenue. But so I think I could be on board with it. Maybe if we named it the Mayor Acerson Memorial Slide, then I would be 100% on board with it. But
I'm hoping doTERRA, but anyway.
That's where I'm at.
I guess I'm the last one. I love the idea. I would use it. I'm kind of along the lines of what some other things have been mentioned here tonight. 400,000 starts to make me feel a little uncomfortable to just spring that. Love the idea, maybe tabling it, just because I feel like there's some priorities that are before us potentially this year specifically. And maybe we could find some cool things to keep the interest in the recycling of patronage with some other amenities that aren't quite as large. There was a pool that I saw that had monkey bars over the water. I think the lily pad to me is a great example of something that wasn't really expensive, but massively popular. And I know so many kids that go to our pool because of those lily pads. So could you get this, something fun to jazz people up? You guys have done a great job of finding things like that keep the enthusiasm for the pool, the climbing wall. I don't know if we're running out of space and things that you could do stuff like that or not. So I love the idea of a slide. I'm just feeling like this year we might need some other priorities. The arena is a big thing that we're researching right now. Might want to pull together significant funds for, some other things like we mentioned. Our city town center, we've got a hard deadline on potentially making a move there. For me, I'm thinking that's a big discussion that I'm hoping we're going to have soon. And you would be a big part of that too, Heath, if we got a town plaza rolling forward. So I hope you can appreciate it. I love what you put together. Love everything you're doing with the pool. And Alan, it's been amazing. I don't want you to feel like I'm not supporting you because I'm not comfortable with going up to 400K right now. Would love to see something significant at the pool like that. Maybe when we pay off the bond is a big, and I know that's way out there, but anyway, thank you so much.
When we talked the budgeted number of RDA 150 and park tax 150, is there a reason why it was 150 and 150? The town plaza, if you will, you can't use park tax for that, can you?
I think did we add that to
Yeah,
our master
if it's
plan?
if it's in a master
So we
plan.
could use park impact fees, you could use park tax.
So government facilities and their costs is what you can use park tax for.
Park tax is pretty broad on its uses. And so pretty much anything that was in your parks master plan or not, you could use park tax for. And so, we're using a third of it just to pay utilities and things at the community center. I mean,
Right,
it's
but it could be part of a central town and the
park
plaza.
tax, yes.
Acquisition of property.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
RDA is fairly limited based on area, so this, hang on, Mike, you're still with us?
I was gonna say, we need to have Mike weigh in on this as
I
well.
gotta-
And I never voted,
reshare
I'm
this,
just throwing
so-
out numbers to tell you what we're voting for.
So this red area along State Street is the State Street RDA. So the RDA funds can only be used in that area or if it directly serves that area, like an off-site detention basin or something, but
How much is in the
All-
RDA fund right now roughly?
I wanna say it's over 400,000. But I can guarantee if I went to our Public Works Department and said, can you spend 400,000 in this red area, they would say absolutely. And so it could be streets, sidewalks, street lights, it could be a big banner sign over State Street, it could be a monument sign out front in the city center. It can go towards recreation facilities, but that is about the only government buildings that it can go to. And so it does encompass all of the city center park area. We've talked about using it for some parking lot reconstruction, for repaving the little stretch of 60 North here that's in front of the old fire station. It's in bad shape. So there's certainly other uses that you could use the RDA money for. But a nice thing about that RDA money is it can be used for recreational facilities. So.
Okay, Mike, we didn't ask you yet to weigh in on your thoughts based on what you've heard tonight. What's your insight for the pool in this slide?
I'm thinking that we've already approved the 300, so we're not really, in my mind, we're not talking about a $400,000 expenditure. We're talking about a $100,000 expenditure. We've already got it budgeted. We paid the bond off for the public safety building. I know we've moved that money over for roads, but that's more than we've had for roads in quite a long time. I tend to agree with Jake that I don't know if we can quantify whether it brings that extra 13 or however much thousand it is a year, but I think it's, the word's going to get out, and I think we are going to see an increase in other, in activity. Also, without going too much into detail, I know that we have some money set aside for some potential purchases of property, which may or may not happen. But that money is available to do the things that Carolyn and Randy were talking about, maybe some branding in the city or getting the word out. So coupled with that, and then our sales tax revenues are better than they've ever been, and potentially, there doesn't seem to be any thoughts of let up in that trend. At least we'll maintain. So given all of those thoughts, I think I'm for going ahead and funding the total project cost.
Okay. Sounds like my ask is for 100,000 is what my ask is. That might make it a little
Now,
more.
if we could get a sponsorship, that would be amazing.
Well, I'm gonna go full speed ahead and see. I've already texted the person and I didn't put a number on it, but that'd be sweet.
I'd feel better with that caveat that you're going to actively pursue some sponsors, but yeah, I'm okay with that.
Anyway,
Well, I guess the question is then, are you moving forward regardless of the
Yeah.
sponsorship or not?
yeah, that's the question.
So tonight, we need you to make a motion because he's got to have a PO signed by tomorrow if you want it in this year.
I thought it was
Otherwise, they'll
Wednesday.
install it in the fall and
Yeah,
it'll be
that's
ready
in.
for the following year.
Isn't it? We have 2 days.
If you postpone it, it just, boom.
It'll be,
The sponsorship is just gravy. I don't know that it ought to be a part of the motion or the approval. I mean, if we get the sponsorship, that's all the better. That's all the more important. But if we don't, then I think we still have the capacity to fund the difference between what was budgeted and what's being presented.
Okay, Tough decisions. There are a lot of opportunities, many of which we haven't really vetted to this point to the extent that maybe we could or should. So I don't want to drive this process. I want to, we're all stewards of the money that is entrusted in us as council members. And so, we've got a great rec program. You guys do a wonderful job. And, I think it would be a nice thing to have. But so would a lot of other things, so.
Right.
And building on that, I don't feel a need to rush just to sign a PO just to get it installed by Memorial Day, which could postpone knowing how things are hopping right now with labor and whatnot. So I would like to, personally, I would err on just taking a little bit more time on it and seeing what could happen with the 40.
I did ask them if, I have not received notice back, but Adam and I, when we were discussing it, I did ask them if they would hold the price, and they will not. It seems like the indication, I have not had anything formal, but I said, will you hold it till September? And then they reminded me, well, you're holding me to the second bid of the third bid. So I think there'll be an increase, but that's not necessarily a reason to ramrod it either.
Well, I think if we're going to make a move on anything in 700 North, we're gonna need a lot of resources potentially for that. So that's where I'm falling tonight, so, and I think everyone else has spoken.
So Van, you might be the deciding person here, not to point it out, but that's kind of how I read the tea leaves right now, so.
We've been talking about this slide for a long time, and the council has indicated that this is something that we were pretty excited about. And now here we are with pretty good numbers of what we're dealing with. The purchase, I think it's not a huge deal. I think Carol makes a great point that there's other very worthy projects coming where the funds could go. But again, it's 13,000 more a year that either has to come out of the general fund or out of the park tax each time. And it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But I've been pretty excited about the slide. I've got to tell you. And the fact that you said it's a 9-second turnaround, if it stayed at 45, to me that was a big deal.
That was a deal killer. Thank you for coming over.
Well, let's see,
So
Van's kind of trying to measure this. Does someone want to move forward and make some kind of proposal, whether to decide not to do it or to?
I almost wonder if we could use more RDA rather than park to save, because the RDA money we won't be able to use for a city center purchase based on location, but maybe that's a detail that can be squared out. For the sake of me hopefully seeing my family tonight, I'm gonna move to approve proceeding with the new slide project at the Aquatic Center with direction to include total funding in the next fiscal year 2020-2021 budget amendment in the amount of, I'm going to say 400,000, which I believe takes into account the highest amount with the amenities that we wanted, plus a little bit of a contingency, plus the planning specs, would be my proposal.
Jake,
Second that motion.
question, so you presented a question that I would love to hear the answer. Could we allocate more RDA to this?
Is that feasible? Yeah, I think.
And not take more from the
yes.
park tax?
I believe that is feasible.
Second question, follow-up, is the arena and that park part of the RDA?
It is.
Yes.
There is you can see on that map, it goes clear over to Main Street.
Okay.
The entire park is in the RDA.
That's the RDA right there.
All right.
But not the city center slice.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. More questions, more discussion? I mean,
I would not be in favor of it if it siphons more park tax. And I don't know if there's a way to clarify that. So my vote's sort of in the balance of whether that's part of it or not.
Call, there's sufficient to go to 400,000 in the RDA, and if not, we can
So if I add a caveat
come back, but.
that a max park tax of 150 be used, which was what was in our original budget, which would mean
It's funded.
that the RDA would be covering 250
Or potential sponsorships, yeah.
or potential sponsorships, but I would add a caveat to my proposal that a max of 150 of park funds be used.
Oh, now
And
you
no
got me
general funds?
intrigued.
What did you say, sorry, Randy?
I said, now he's got me intrigued.
That's
Topic.
a great idea.
so we still get to the 400, be it RDA, parks,
150.
and private donations that, you know, I'm not gonna guarantee it, but I think it's a plausible thing. I mean, if you're a corporation and you know, if I'm not limited in the time frame, I mean, that,
Right, especially if they have usability, and we can look at anything that a sponsor might want is a different idea.
Name the tower.
Yeah, I'll put a sign up as big as
yeah,
my
that,
head,
that
you
would
know?
be an option.
Have-
I mean, that,
Sure,
Huck's Hideout on the lower one, something
yeah.
more prominent on the upper.
from a city's perspective, are we okay with that? I mean, that's
Yeah, as far
council.
as I'm aware.
I think back in the day, they tried to get someone to name the whole
Yeah,
aquatic
It
center,
was
naming
gonna be the
rights.
Zango flow rider out there is what we are hoping, but they didn't bite, so.
So, okay, we have a motion and I believe a second. Are you friendly to that
The amendments.
amendment, Mike?
Yes, I'll second that amendment. I like it.
Okay. More discussion? I'll call for the, go ahead, please.
Not a discussion, but just a point of interest that I would love the council to remember that we do need to have some sort of city identity during the Christmas season, and I would strongly
I didn't hear what
urge
she
us.
said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Mike, for your benefit, to say that we definitely need to keep in mind that our city needs an identity during the Christmas season, and for a future discussion is we can have an opportunity to discuss where some funding could come so that we do have a little bit more of a presence than our little tree at the community center, which is lovely, but we could do a lot better. So I just would ask the council to remember that for me.
It's a good point, Randy, and I'm all for that. I do believe we have other sources that we could tap into, but it's a great idea, and I'm all for it.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I will, at that point, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think that was unanimous. Okay, well,
I'm gonna mess with you really quick. So
Oh,
was
please
that,
mess
was
with us.
that an option 1 or option 2?
400,000 cap.
But on which option?
Option
think
1,
that's-
isn't it?
Option one was.
See, all the bells and whistles.
It's everything.
I'd like to
Question.
look at the trees, quite frankly.
You know, and maybe I can just point out to you, we're not gonna spend money on frivolous things. I mean, it's structural theming that I'm thinking about. The trees can, in my opinion, can go. So-
So everything
what
in
did
this
the
photo
main-
minus the
Spend more than
trees.
40.
Contractor signing tomorrow is for the main body,
Slide.
not the amenities yet.
Correct.
So the amenities still are up for discussion.
Correct,
and-
except for this, they'll put the fasteners of, so all that extra theming is not worth it to me. We're just talking about buying the slide and still being able to pay to get it installed and plumbed and fixed and powder coated and roofed and themed, so that's what we're talking about.
And
We
you're
can do
going
that
back,
for
as you do this PO, you're gonna have a quick conversation with VCBO and just saying, look, we worked with the council, they're supportive, they wanna see this done. Is there any leeway? Is there any
Yeah, the first thing I'm
consideration?
gonna say is no, we don't have enough money, so lower your price, and if they don't, I'll say, okay, we'll do it.
That's right.
I'm just saying, a friendly
You just said that on
negotiation.
Facebook, I mean, on YouTube.
Right? It's,
Ask them if they can give a deal on amenities or something.
you know,
Throw it
Brent
on.
is VCBO is a good company, and so I am not afraid to ask, and I can do it honestly and sincerely,
And reinstate, you know, we made a commitment years ago.
as well as the slide
And we're
company.
still paying for it, and it's a good thing. We're happy with what's there, just.
Happy to do
I'm
it,
sure you can negotiate,
happy to do it.
and we may not get anywhere, but anyway, do what you can.
So this minus the trees, that's what I heard, if we're under 400.
When you were
Is
doing
that-
all the
I
options,
I think it's 400. I mean, that's
400.
higher than what you need or felt, and
I didn't go back and do the math, but when you were doing the options, you didn't add the fabric top and the standing seam metal, I assume.
No, go back to that options page there, Adam. I was going, Al and I were going pretty fast there, so that is an if/or. So really, you're saving $2,700 on that from the total estimate.
So it was included
Yeah,
in that total.
mhm.
The-
Yeah, and that was kind of my point, and then, again, on the trees, and you said, if that, it's not a huge dollar in the big picture,
Yeah,
but if it looks hokey, get rid
Oh,
of it,
yeah.
it really adds to it.
you want it to be classy. You want it to be
so
inviting.
we are looking at 96,780. That gives
For
me,
long-term
that gives me $4,000 as a,
Well, you're gonna increase that with your negotiations, so.
of course I am. But that is what we're looking for as
Look.
as a overage, is $4,000.
If I can pull a bunny out of the hat, you know, we're gonna have even possibly some more there, so.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that it's upfront, and if they will sign something from the beginning saying this is the cap, finish it, or you're not gonna get hired, then,
Yeah, ask them if these clear markers can be a logo that says doTERRA.
right, flash doTERRA, right, yeah.
When they shoot through there, they're seeing doTERRA 500 times.
And before I finalize anything with doTERRA, I will make sure the council has full disclosure on what potentially that could be. And then we'll agree upon it if we feel comfortable. So.
Yeah, and really, we can go into negotiations with doTERRA for sign naming rights and all that stuff, you know all about that,
Yeah.
so I'm willing to look at any of that.
Good.
Okay, thank you, council. And again, just as a caveat, really, thank you. I know that's a lot of money. So I've been leery about it, but we will do our very best to make it pay off. That's what we're looking for, so. Thank you.
You're the best. We appreciate both of you.
Thank you. So how'd it go, Alan? You want to give us a quick report?
Yeah.
I know it's
it
not
was
on the agenda, but
really good. Lots of people out, even though it was really cold, but kids loved Santa, loved the parade. Everyone with phones, everyone taking pictures and video. So hopefully we'll see some of that come across, but it was really something.
No, I'm so sorry we missed it.
No,
Darn it, I
we'll
really wanted.
we'll make sure we find some video and pictures and make sure that gets back, because it really was beautiful.
you able to edit me out of that whole thing? I mean, I
I-
probably didn't give you any good footage.
you should watch
Yeah.
He did an outstanding job on his phone editing that.
It was very quick and very amateur, but it turned out nice.
You're great.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, next item is closed session, so we need a motion to,
I'll
do we
make-
have to state specifically,
Just
Yeah,
for
you
the
just
property.
read what it says there.
someone want to do that?
Say
I'll make that motion. We go into closed session.
For, you have to say the
To
purpose.
discuss the sale or purchase of real property.
Yep.
So
Okay, is there a
Second.
second?
Brian, remind me, does this have to be a roll call?
Yes. Yes,
Typically,
Yes,
that's
it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second was
Randy.
Randy. Okay, thank you, Randy. We have a motion by Mike, a second by Randy. Let's do a roll call vote. Kathy, do you call out the names, or?
Van Broderick, yes.
Randy Powell, yes.
Jake Hoyt, yes.
Aye.
Carolyn Lundberg, yes.
Mike, you want to,
Mike Van Cherry, yes.
okay.
Like you
Okay,
said,
so let
Preston, we
me,
just followed.
let me end YouTube and, okay. Thanks, Mike, for doing that.
Thank you, council. That was a healthy and well-thought discussion
Yeah,
before.
that was a heck of a conversation. Good points from everybody, so.